Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. China and Russia calls Trump bluff, puts us in danger. NATO, Japan, they shook. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution? Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all very dangerous. The war on Venezuela could start any day now. The war on America could start any day now.
Why is China buying land in our country right next to military bases? This has been a big question for some time now. We finally got some politicians and senators looking at this and are concerned. We have big documentaries going up and moves being made in certain states to try to counter this. But one thing's for sure, the Chinese are here. And as Christopher Wray said on his way out the door, they're embedded within everything, all of our infrastructure. It's a setup. And they want to keep blaming the Biden administration. Blaming them. Well, they're here. There's a big problem with having the number one enemy to this country inside of our country and sitting right next to our military bases. And now, not long after Russia rolled out the tsunami bomb officially, we knew that they had it, but they conducted these tests here recently and said that the tsunami bomb is ready to go. That it can be launched on a weapon just like you see here that China's rolling out and be launched off the coast. That's the whole point. So even if you try to intercept it, blow it up, it's still going to cause a tsunami wave and do what it was intended to do. They're almost unstoppable. The same thing is if they tried to send a missile into a city in this country. What would they do? They would try to pick it off at high altitude. But do you know what that will do? If it detonates at high altitude, it will cause an EMP. This is what the whole stage is set up for at this point. They need a reset. The grid's in shambles. It needs redone. It's obvious that where they're going with AI and the surge in power, something has to be done to redo this place. And it seems like it's going to come down before it gets fixed. Tear it down, build it back up, almost like a phoenix out of the ashes. And it looks like China very well may be the ones to knock America from its perch. Because if the lights go out, you can blame anyone. But if it happens and we're in the dark for even a month and we're set back, this gives China the opportunity to surge forward in the race of AI and everything else, and we would never catch up. It would be the one move, and as they say, they only have to hit us one time. They do not have to go tit for tat. With this new drone, this underwater drone, it can travel 10,000 nautical miles. They can launch these all day from China. They can run them up toward Alaska. They can hit the entire West Coast. And they can even go all the way down to the Panama Canal. That's 8,600 nautical miles, and they can travel 10. Strap a warhead or anything else, any other type of weaponry on this, it's a nightmare, and you're not stopping a tsunami wave. There's nothing out there to do that. Once you generate something like that or hit the ports, select cities, it doesn't have to be massive. They can creep right up on the coastline. And these things are a lot faster than any of the submarines out there. They can be loaded with a plethora of different stuff. So this new XXL underwater drone, you can see right here, they can launch it from China and hit anywhere on our West Coast specifically, and then Panama. So everything is a target now with this thing, with things heating up here on the world stage. But China, right here in our backyard, already embedded all over the place. What's going to be done about it? I don't trust anything that's going on at this point. It's pretty obvious. This is like a setup. So some of the latest here with this. Join me for the live streams. Go on
First it was China, and now Russia is piling the pressure. The two superpowers are testing the resolve of Tokyo. Japan, which is already facing heat from China over its comments in Taiwan, is now witnessing a new threat over the horizon. And our next story takes a close look at the two Asian powers as to how they moved their pieces. And Japan is feeling the pressure. Take a look.
Tokyo woke up to a new threat. Russian and Chinese bombers roared in the skies above, conducting joint patrols right on Japan's doorstep. It all happened in the wee hours on Tuesday. Russian Tu-95 strategic bombers met two Chinese H-6 bombers for an 8-hour patrol from the Sea of Japan to the East China Sea. While Moscow and Beijing call them routine flights, Tokyo is anxious because both the heavy bombers are built to carry nuclear weapons. The horror of these weapons of mass destruction is painfully etched in Japan's collective memory. Along with these frontline bombers, China and Russia also sent their fighter jets. China deployed its J-16 fighters, which were joined by Russian battle-tested Su-30s. Their route raises suspicion and anxiety in Japan. The bombers flew between Japan's Okinawa and Miyako Islands, right through the heart of Japan's air defense zone. In response, Japan scrambled jets and implemented air defense identification measures. South Korea too said that 7 Russian and 2 Chinese planes entered its air defense zone. The message to Tokyo is clear: a China-Russia united front over Japan's skies, a warning which the island nation can't ignore.
The repeated joint bomber flights by both countries signify an expansion and intensification of activities around our nation, and we cannot but view them as a show of force against Japan. We consider this a matter of grave concern for our national security.
The escalation comes days after Japan accused Chinese jets of locking radar at Japanese military aircraft. Beijing disputes the charge. It has released an audio clip to show that prior warnings were issued and confirmed before the incident took place. Taiwan too is on the tenterhooks. China has sent its aircraft carrier warship via the Miyako Strait. The region is now on the edge. What began as a war of words over Taiwan now threatens to blow up into a new theater of war in East Asia. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
All right, now joining us on the broadcast, we've got Ms. Elizabeth Laris, who's in
Russia and China just delivered a brutal reality check to Japan. 2 Russian Tu-95 strategic bombers linked up with Chinese H-6s right on Japan's doorstep, executing a coordinated patrol that Tokyo could only watch in panic. The Eurasian military axis isn't emerging. It's already here. And Japan is completely outmatched.
Roll up that good dinner, man. Salute, family.
As the formation swept past Okinawa and the Miyako Strait, 4 Chinese J-16 fighters joined in, turning the mission into a full combat-ready strike package. Japan scrambled jets, but it didn't matter. Moscow and Beijing showed they can fly wherever they want. whenever they want, while Japan remains a spectator in its own skies. South Korea tried to act tough,
The U.S.
scrambling fighters as Russian and Chinese aircraft entered its ADIs. But the message from Moscow and Beijing was crystal clear. Japan and South Korea are no longer the power centers of the Pacific. The Eurasian bloc now sets the tempo. NATO can't protect Europe. How will it protect Asia? While Tokyo panicked, Russia deployed an A-50 early warning aircraft and Su-30 fighters, confirming this wasn't a symbolic flyby. This was a deliberate multi-axis operation designed to test and overwhelm Japanese tracking systems. Moscow and Beijing are now operating as one unit. Just a day earlier, Japan accused China of using fire control radar, a near-attack signal. But Beijing flipped the script, blasting Japan for playing victim and warning its citizens to avoid Japan entirely. This patrol was a reminder. China is done tolerating Japan's posturing. Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's warning that Japan could use force if Taiwan affects Japan's security has detonated in her face. Beijing and Moscow responded with coordinated military pressure that exposed Japan's weakness. Japan talked tough and instantly got humbled. China says this was the 10th annual patrol. Russia says it was routine. But everyone sees the truth. These missions are becoming longer, larger, and far more offensive. The Russia-China partnership is now the region's dominant military force. Japan, South Korea, EU, NATO, they're watching the new world order form without them.
They can blame Trump for this.
Stewart went Daily Show old school. Let's watch this, a little bit of this masterpiece of a segment from him. Go watch the whole thing, but here's a clip of it on the parallels between Venezuela and Iraq.
But I know what MAGA is doing. They're convincing us that Iraq was an entirely different set of circumstances. That country was led by a sword-wielding, mustachioed madman who held an iron grip on his people and his power. Nicolas Maduro is nothing like... Oh, shit.
That drugged-out dinghy was a floating weapon of mass destruction.
Every boat carrying fentanyl and drugs in this country is a weapon of mass destruction.
Are you f***ing kidding me right now? You guys have the balls to tell us that the pretext for Iraq was bullshit and that war was a mistake, and we're not like that. And also, Venezuela has weapons of mass destruction and we have to stop them. For those of you who are like, oh my God, I didn't even realize that all the fentanyl in the US comes from Venezuela, that's because it doesn't. Like, almost none of it. Like, none of it. Because as much as you say war with Venezuela would be so different from Iraq, it seems like you may be using the neocons' sales manual. Like, other than WMDs, why was it so important to take down Saddam Hussein?
His regime has an active support for and cooperation with terrorist networks.
Terrorist networks. That's the worst kind of networks. Well, you'll never guess where the terrorists are now.
Iran, its IRGC, and even Hezbollah, they have planted their flag on Venezuelan territory with the full and open cooperation of that regime.
Wow, so if you're saying we go to war with Venezuela, we're also getting into a proxy war with Iran. I'm sold. Now, if I remember correctly, though, Iraq lasted until still. And what did they say about that?
I think it would be a cakewalk.
I don't think it would be that tough a fight.
I think the saddest part of getting into a war of choice in 2025 is that Dick Cheney won't be around to see it.
Later, he goes into the question of how you can square America first with the circle of this intervention. He plays this great clip of my friend Jesse Waters saying, "It's South America. America is right there in the name. It's obviously America first."
So good. It's obviously America first.
Yes.
Well, that's the line that that's the line that Rubio has been using, is that if you are America first, this is our hemisphere. It's a less sophisticated rendering of the Rubio line.
But it's also our world. Like, how does that not apply to the world?
They're trying to.
We're world power. I mean, America first. It's our world.
It's our world.
So everything in the world is ours.
There you go. That if it identifies as America, that it's America.
It says it right there. The Americas.
Yeah.
Like, what part of this is confusing to you?
But this is where we talked in the last block about how the Trump national security strategy that was released is a literal PDF titled National Security Strategy, is trying to move away from the Cold War coalitions with Western Europe. But this is still all entirely Cold War rhetoric. It's not even Iraq. It's Marco Rubio talking about you can substitute Iran and Hezbollah for Soviet Union. It's exactly what we were doing in South America and Central America during the Cold War. It's exactly the same playbook and the same regime change playbook. And they're using, I mean, if you were trying to sell this war to the American public saying these are legit weapons of mass destruction, is about the dumbest way you could do it. That is the quickest way that you can get distrust about the legitimacy of this war, is to say, what did Jesse Waters say? Those boats are 3D weapons of mass destruction, something like that. Yeah, like that is the quickest way you can make people be like, whoa, hold on. Yeah. Let's go easy on this one.
Like that work. I mean, in his defense, claiming weapons of mass destruction worked last time. Yeah. They don't care that the war didn't go well. They got to do their war. So in that sense, they're like, oh, let's do the WMD playbook again. But to your point about Rubio, for that reason, Dropsite News is actually, we're launching a Latin American desk for this reason, because like it's clear that based on this national security strategy, what Trump is saying about Europe and China, there is a recognition that American global hegemony is at the beginning of the end, at least. And what that's going to mean is that our friends closer by are going to get a lot more attention. Jon Stewart defined America first as, we're not going to kill people over there, we're going to kill people here.
Right.
So we're going to have to beef up our coverage of that.
Yeah, but I mean, also, let's just say you buy into that strategy. Their plan, they point constantly to Panama. But their plan has not worked elsewhere. And give them that.
Also, we had a massive military base in Panama already. Yeah. And Manuel Noriega was a CIA asset. So firing your own asset and replacing them is not as impressive a feat as going into a hostile place where you don't have a military base. And trying to completely revolutionize the political structure.
Well, we did originally, as Panama exists, because we were revolutionizing, and
we created it,
right? Yeah. And and so if you again keep going back to these examples, there's best example is right now. You have a Sandinista president. Like, how has this worked for you all? Like in the arc of history, how have these regime change operations backing militants against alleged communist or Hezbollah sympathizers, which he's of course correct, and this was the point that you were going to make, or that you were making, which is that yes, Iran and China are going to get footholds in Venezuela, and to some extent they already do have them. It's because of the regime change wars that many people in those countries have been open to embracing these different countries. Because some people there really don't like the United States. I wonder why.
I wonder. Can't imagine why. One example of why they might not is Pete Hegseth being on a serial killer spree around the Caribbean. Trump was asked in this interview whether or not he'd be okay with Hegseth testifying. And if you're Hegseth, you'd probably like to see a little bit firmer defense than the president offered him right here.
Should he testify, Pete Hegseth, under oath before Congress about that controversial second strike on the alleged drug boat October?
I don't care if he
2nd?
does. He can if he wants. I don't care.
Do you think he should?
I don't care. I would say do it if you want. Pete.
Have
He's
you-
doing a great job.
Have you watched the
he
video?
was stopping. I watch everything. Yeah, I watch everything. I see a lot of things.
And do you believe that
it's
that
not
second
pretty,
strike
but-
was
but-
necessary?
Well, it looked like they were trying to turn back over the boat, but I don't get involved in that. That's up to them.
I don't care. It's not exactly what you want when you're facing war crimes allegations. Speaking of war crimes, he was also asked about, and this was the story that Sagar and I had reported earlier, that he was given a bunch of targets in Mexico and Colombia by his intelligence community when he asked for targets connected to the drug trade in Venezuela, because there isn't much in Venezuela connected to the drug trade except a little, coca leaf off in the jungle. And so he's now got his eye on Colombia and Mexico. Let's roll that one.
So would you consider doing something similar with Mexico and Colombia that are even more responsible for fentanyl trafficking
Yeah, I
into
would.
the U.S.?
Sure, I would.
We put up B4 here, Daily Mail reporting Trump sending shockwaves through Latin America. They should be watching Breaking Points or reading Drop Site. They would not be shocked.
No.
Learn ahead of time what's going on by getting some actual news.
Yeah.
Don't just wait for it to spill out of Trump's mouth.
Save yourself the shockwaves. But I actually don't even think many people in Latin America are at all surprised by this, to be honest, because
Daily Mail might be sensationalizing that a little bit. You think?
they
Shocking
wouldn't do
if they
that.
would.
They wouldn't do that. But yeah, I mean, it's he's sort of been telegraphing a willingness. I mean, speaking of Cold War 2.0, with Trump, you genuinely do not know. I don't know whether he knows if this is serious, if he's serious about this, or if he's posturing, because he does so much posturing. He's comfortable with pushing the limits on what typical politicians are comfortable threatening. And so it's hard to say how serious that is, but because the president of the United States said it, you have to take it seriously. Of course you have to take it seriously. So we'll see. You would certainly have a better justification for striking targets in Sinaloa, for example, if you're trying to stop fentanyl overdoses in the United States, fentanyl trafficking into the United States. That justification would be a whole lot easier than boats that are going to Suriname off the coast of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at Breaking.
Your heart is into it, and that's how I feel about what I'm doing here for our community. So I'm very happy to do it, very excited just to be with the community here, share the knowledge given the topics that we address. So today's topic, I will be addressing to you the strategic partnership between Russia and China, especially during the recent visit of the Foreign Minister of Mr. Wang Yi to Russia, in which he met with both Mr. Lavrov and Mr. Shoigu. So I will be talking about the geopolitical aspects of it, much bigger picture. I'll be sharing with you some excerpts from my book, and we go from there. But first, let me say hi to our wonderful community. As always, we're going to be sending our own troops? No, much about them right now till I make sure that is what I'm going to be addressing. So, all right, let's do some headlines quickly here. I have about two. The first one starts from Lebanon, believe it or not. This might surprise you, given all the tension that's going on in Lebanon, right? With Israel going on and so forth. Well, here is what the U.S. just agreed to do. The U.S. agreed to sell about almost $100 million, a deal of U.S. tactical vehicles for the Lebanese army. It's laughable in a way that we are allowing the conflicts to go in so we can sell more weapons to them. So the U.S. State Department announced its approval of a potential military sale to Lebanon that includes some sort of medium tactical vehicles and with payloads of about 5 tons. So as far as the, you know, what's going to be used over in this, suffice it to say that this is where the issue is. We create conflicts and we turn around and sell weapons, sadly. So second headlines, it has to do with demonstrations in Germany. What you're looking at, those are to my viewers in Europe. I'm sure you're aware of this. This is a student demonstrations in Germany protesting the conscription law. In other words, the German Merz government, the chancellor, wants now to impose military service, and German students won't have it. You know, the population, it's like here for us. Do we want wars with Venezuela, with China, with Russia? With no. And do you think that the American government is going to, for example, in the case of Philippines, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Germany, Europe, and so forth, do you think we're going to be sending our own troops? No. So this is what happened yesterday. Germany witnessed student protests in about 90 cities across the draft military service law, which was approved by the federal parliament, the Bundestag, which aims to increase the number of soldiers. So thousands of students participated in the protest demonstrations called for by the school strike initiative against compulsory military service, which basically consists of youth and students organizations. So what you had in those demonstrations, more than 3,000 students gathered near Halsches towards subway stations in Berlin. I remember the stations because I remember one time I was there, so I recall that place. Then headed towards Oriana Plaza, that is, where a large number of parents participated in the event, supporting their children. They don't want to go to war, and yet Europe is still pushing for war, wanted to have a war with Russia. Well, how ridiculous that is. So I quite don't get it. I really don't get it. So anyway, let's get into our analysis. Here is how since it is a topic I'm familiar with, given that I wrote a book about Russia and I detailed in about a chapter and a half the relationship between China and Russia and how I see it moving forward. That was when I wrote it back a few years ago. So I decided to structure this analysis based on some key questions. So this way, you know the layout of how I'm going to be presenting this particular analysis. So I will be talking about the significance of this China-Russia deepening their security coordination. We're talking about the depth of engagements and so forth. I will also talk about the consideration that is it official that the China and Russia in a strategic partnership? You know, it's worth asking a question, and I'm going to base most of this analysis based on what I wrote in my book, but also the updated information given the changes around the world. The third thing rather, within this outline is I'm going to be addressing, given the history between Russia and China, is whether Russia will enter into a military treaty with China or vice versa. Those are questions that are worth addressing. Then I will address the depth of this relationship that is reflecting, whether it is reflecting the new multipolar order and who's guiding it. And the last thing I will conclude this analysis is with excerpt from my book. So this way it put things in perspective for you, since I talked about this few years ago. So what we're going to start with is we're going to start with the idea of first of all, when you think about Russia, China, in light of recent visit by the foreign minister, Mr. Wang Yi, to Russia, how significant is this? Of course, before getting into this, it behooves us to provide some sort of a context of what this is all about. So what you're looking at a China and Russia are even moving further into deepening their strategic partnership. I didn't say their bilateral relations. I didn't say their friendship. I didn't say their partnership. I said their strategic partnership. And this will be through institutionalized, for example, coordination, through, for example, joint military exercises, through, for example, aligned position on regional security matters, even on diplomatic front, especially when it comes down to the UN Security Council. Usually China and Russia will vote the same way. So while this reflects some sort of a genuine shift in the global power distribution, which is away from the US dominance, this is where that statement by one of the viewers here in the chat box said, oh, the dominance of the US is not over yet. You got a point there. I'm not denying this. But also you have to understand the emerging multipolar order based on this depth of this relationship, of this strategic partnership between Russia and China. And this multipolar order is more complex than the sort of the term suggests, if I may be frank with you about this. So rather than creating some sort of a stable three-way balance of power, meaning Russia, US, and China, okay, the world now is moving into a more fragmented setting, per se, into competing regional centers with many nations hedging their bets across multiple poles. Here is one example for you, and I know one of you in the chat box mentioned Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. Yeah, that will form some sort of a major bloc. And can you imagine if other countries will join in that? Where is it going to be? And that's my point into these multiple poles that's going to be now reflected on the new global order. So the US, as of now, still holds some significant capabilities. Yes, some of them military, some of them economically, but also diplomatically. But at the same time, the US must adapt from a position of primacy or hegemony to a functioning as one of major powers among others. And as a matter of fact, I do have a question here when I move into the analysis as to whether the US stands a chance in defeating both Russia and China when they combine their military capabilities. I have some pictures for you, so make sure you stay with me till the end of this live stream. And this is where you see the leveraging of alliances and competitive advantages in specific domains. So at the same time, the US must recognize and accept the limits to its global reach. That is the importance of understanding this strategic partnership and what it means, at least from a geopolitical perspective. So as I mentioned in the outline, we're going to be talking about the few, I'll be answering rather the questions that I mentioned to you, and we'll start with the first one, which is Russia and China deepen security coordination, okay, as Mr. Wang Yi want to visit Russia. How significant is that? Well, of course, the visit, it's quite significant. It's already building on an already deepening partnership rather than just marking a dramatic shift. No, be adding, think of this partnership like a building. You build the foundation and you start building upon that foundation. So you want to have a strong foundation on which to build a higher building, higher structure, whatever you want to call it. And this is where you see the difference, for example, between Russia and India. Will you call it a strategic partnership? No, I won't. Some other analysts might. I won't. So this is why it's worthy to address this particular aspect. So we'll talk about the depth of engagements. So Mr. Wang Yi's visit, and let me share the picture here. Mr. Wang Yi's recent visit was his third trip to Moscow this year. That's significant, and that says something. So, and what it reflects? It reflects a sustained high-level engagement. You don't have, for example, any cabinet member of the Chinese government's visit will be significant, but we're talking at the higher echelon of the government. So the two countries, China and Russia, held the 20th round, 2-0, the 20th round of strategic security consultations. That tells me something is in the works moving forward. I'm looking over the horizon, geopolitically speaking here, and I am seeing something in the works. And this to me indicates a well-established recurring mechanisms and sort of a coordination rather than just one-off event. No. That's the meaning of this depth of this engagement. Then you think about the scope and the focus of this. And of course, the discussions among the two officials, in this case, Mr. Wang Yi and Lavrov, and Mr. Wang Yi and Shoigu, the head of the Security Council, I believe, in Russia. So what do you think about the focus and the scope of this? The discussions address the major issues of strategic security interest. It didn't address the economic aspect. Once again, this should give you an idea and a hint as to where things are headed. Security interests in both countries, and that including the regional security tensions. Of course, you have to consider what Japan just did, which I will be talking about. You have to consider what Philippines just did during the ASEAN summit when they criticized China. You have to think about, of course, what Israel is doing with Taiwan regarding the missile technology and so forth. This is what it means by regional security tensions. Of course, the global security stability and a major power relations. And of course, the Asia-Pacific situation. And one specific concern that surfaced was the statement on the Taiwan by Japan's new Prime Minister, Sane Takaishi. So, which both countries, in this case, China and Russia, view it as raising tensions in the region that is fermented through a third party behind the scenes. I will be talking about Japan towards the end of this, especially from the perspective of Russia and the perspective of China. Then you think about the alignment of those two countries, Russia and China, on a sensitive issue. And this is, again, when you do an analysis, you have to cover all the aspects of a strategic partnership. The broader context of this is that next year, okay, it's going to mark the 30th anniversary of the China-Russia strategic partnership. Just think about it, the 30th anniversary. And of course, the 25th anniversary of their treaty of good neighborness, being a good neighbors. Given the history, you all know the history of this. I detailed this in my Russia book. And I said back then, I am certain both countries will put that history to rest, turn the page, and move on with the new direction of the global order. And all this making now a significant milestone in this relation. So this is why both sides use this visit to set, the whole reason. You need to understand this. The reason of Mr. Wang Yi's visit to Russia, his meeting with Lavrov and meeting with Shoigu. Yeah, he talks about the security interest and so forth. But this is also to set the priorities for 2026. Now you understand why at least I'm doing this analysis for you on these topics to get you ready for 2026. So the significance of this trip lies in the consistency. That's what you need to understand. And the institutionalization of coordination rather than just a dramatic escalation or what have you. Both countries, Russia and China, are sort of cementing an alignment that serves their shared interest. And there is one common objective, And that common objective is to counter the US influence and promoting, because the US influence is not for good. This is where the problem, and this is why I titled the thumbnail right here, Rewriting the Global Order, because that's what it is. That's the importance of this. So both can, as I said, because the US influence, they want to counter this and promote what they call a multipolar world, in addition to coordinating responses to regional security. This means Japan with its recent provocation, but also the US pushing Philippines into over the cliff, and also security concerns in Asia. Of course, what Australia is doing and so forth. Now, the question that some still will be asking, especially in the West, oh, this is just a friendship. This is not a strategic partnership. And this is why I had to ask the question here. Can we consider China and Russia are in already a strategic partnership? Yeah, you'll be amazed to learn that some in the West are in denial about this. So they are absolutely are in a strategic partnership. They are clearly in this partnership. And this is, though, the nature and depth of it are worth understanding precisely. So, for example, and I'm going to give you 2 or 3 examples. It's a topic I am very familiar with. As I said, I wrote a book about Russia and I addressed this kind of issues. So I kind of get some of my sort of analysis that I put in the book and share it with you, but I have to update it, all that. So you think about the official status. Both countries, Russia and China, explicitly frame, this is the key word, that's why that friendship, and that's why the visits of the China and Russia and vice versa are very important. They frame their relationship this way. So like I mentioned, they have a formal treaty of good neighborliness, friendship, and cooperation. And this, by the way, dates back to 2001. It was in 2001 when I started making the argument that you're going to have to be ready for where China's going to be in the next 20 to 25 years. And here we are. Of course, I got pushed back then. Oh, China won't do this, China won't do that. I said, mark my word on it. Give it time and you shall see. And here we are. So, and this is not about me right and they're wrong. And no, it's not about that. It's about just understanding where the trends are headed. This is why I really felt excited to do this for you. And of course, I had some viewers. Kevin James, I remember, asked me to do the analysis for you as well. It's because of the trends that I'm seeing coming. So, and this is why you have Russia and China conducting on a regular basis some high-level strategic consultations. Remember, with Mr. Wang Yi's recent visits, is the 20th. That's the important, is the 20th round mentioned in Mr. Wang Yi's recent visit. That says something right there. And this isn't informal cooperation. No. This is institutionalized and codified. And what drives it? We got to ask another question. What drives this strategic partnership? Well, this partnership, you have to understand, is rooted in the shared strategic interests rather than just a deep ideological alignment or even a historical friendship. It goes beyond that. Both countries, Russia and China, see themselves as really a counterweight to the US global dominance, because US global dominance has not served and is not serving humanity. Let me just say it straightforward. Because if we are serving humanity, why would we go about fomenting tensions, creating conflicts, encouraging wars, sort of pushing for whatever? Why? Instead of cooperation. Because also Russia and China also wanted to demonstrate that they have the capability to resist pressure on sovereignty issue. You look at Taiwan, you look at Xinjiang, you look at human rights and so forth, which is usually we use this kind of stuff to justify whatever. This is why, in the case of the provocation by Japan recently, it just didn't make sense to me at all. Why would you go about that? And at the same time, both countries, Russia and China, are also working on creating alternatives, Western-led economic and security structures. I just read yesterday or the day before that Russia purchased something from China using the yuan. Forget about now the US dollar. And as a matter of fact, the Europeans now are moving into creating the 20th sanctions on Russia. What if you are creating the 20th sanctions? That means the 19 you created before didn't work. What makes you think, Europe, that when you create your 20th sanctions on Russia is going to work? And that is where you see this depth of this relationship. The official status of this relationship between Russia and China is that they coordinate also on a major power relations and regional security matters. So, now, we ought to keep some limitations in mind. Like I always say, when you do analysis, you can't always think in terms of the positives or the upward, because you also have to think the downward also, because it's part of the much broader picture. And this is where it comes the difference that I want you to understand. This strategic partnership isn't an alliance in the traditional Cold War sense. Neither has a binding mutual defense commitment. That's one thing I mentioned in my book, and I will when I share the excerpt with you, you'll hear it. Is that I said whether there will be in the next few years the possibility of a military alliance or treaty. So far, it is not the case. But their partnership, their strategic partnership between China and Russia is one of a pragmatic one. Because you have to understand also the history. That's why I said Moscow and Beijing turned the page on that dark historical era of the tensions between the two. So some analysts in the West are also saying that, oh, no. They, meaning China and Russia, are competing against each other in Central Asia. They have disputed border history. Yeah, it was back then. They don't deal with it right now. This is not India, which, by the way, like I said last time, if India was sincere about reaching out to China, they would have agreed to sit down with the Chinese and address the border issues once for all. But India never did that, and it will never do that. Mark my word on this. So, and this is where you start, and of course, those Western analysts are saying, oh, they have a different economic systems, they have a different strategic priorities. Some of it is true, but at the same time, the much bigger picture is what draws them together. So, of course, we have to understand that Russia does lean heavily on China, economically speaking, especially after the sanctions that are imposed on Russia. At the same time, China maintains more flexible in its global relationships. That is the good aspects of this partnership. Then you look at the current trajectory. So the partnership between these two countries has deepened notably since 2022. And this, of course, what happened in 2022? The Russian military operations in Ukraine, as Western isolations pushed Russia more closer to China. So it is also some sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Worth distinguishing between the strategic partnership, which is real usually, and also an alliance or friendship, which is oversimplifies the transactional nature of the relationship. It's like what the US has with some countries. Those are just a friendship. We use them, and when you're done with them, you ditch them. And that's usually not a good way of doing business. So the short answer to this first question that I asked, and the question was, whether China and Russia deepen security coordination, the significance of it. So the short answer is yes. So, but with a caveat, and that it's a pragmatic alignment of interests rather than a blanket mutual commitment. And both, I believe, Moscow and Beijing are aware of that. Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell so you will not miss any of my videos or live streams. This way, you will be supporting a channel that stands for the truth and objective reporting. The choice is yours. Thanks for your support. Just when you enter into a military treaty is a different ballgame. Except that in the case, the way I'm going to just create share a brief comparison to give you an idea. And the comparison I will do in the case of Russia and China, if they enter or when they enter into this military treaty, it will be different than, for example, what the US has with Philippines, what the US has with Japan, what the US has with South Korea. Because in that relationship, we dictate the term to those countries, to the Philippines, to Japan, South Korea. In the case of Russia and China, it won't be. That is where the difference that is. But suffice it to say, we'll move forward with this question. So now you have to think about the constraints against such a possibility. Russia and China so far have shown reluctance to formalize a military commitment. When I wrote my Russia book, I refrained from convincingly saying, oh, it's going to become a military alliance. It's because of the commitment part. Because doing the research, I found from both ends, there is a slight reluctance from both. And that was the reason why one of the constraints is this reluctance to formalize this military commitment, because that go beyond the existing framework between the two countries. So, and when you think about the factors that work against this mutual defense treaty, there will be a few. You think, for example, the asymmetry of their relationship, which is very significant. Russia has become economically dependent on China after Western sanctions, which could make what? It could make Russia wary of being locked into obligations that favor the stronger party. It's a normal calculation. Those are geopolitical calculations. If you don't think about them, then you are missing the big picture. China, conversely, maintains a strategic flexibility and doesn't want to be automatically drawn into conflicts that serve Russia's interests, like Ukraine. Which is, when you look at the history of China, China has never get involved. It was except in late 60s in Vietnam for a specific reason. Other than that, none. So that's why a binding treaty could constrain that flexibility both countries have, especially on China's part. So historical mistrust also still lingers to a degree, even though both countries has turned the page on that, but it's still there. So the two countries had a border conflict, as you know, and competed for the influence of Central Asia. And they were at some point, still to a degree today, some sort of Moscow and Beijing have differed regarding the regional priorities. And Moscow see it this way, Beijing see it that way. So, but these tensions, of course, didn't disappear just because current circumstances created an alignment. That's what I'm saying. They have to be ready and honest about this military alliance because it's a major shift. So when you think about geopolitics, you think about the possibilities. So what might change this calculus of both China and Russia? Because a formal military treaty could become more likely if the geopolitical environment shifted significantly. It is already shifting because we have moved on from a unipolar to a multipolar but that's not enough. For instance, if Western military pressure on either country intensified substantially on one end, or for example, if they, meaning both of them, Russia and China, face common military threats that seems existential. So the deepening of their relationship, or security consultations that is, and the coordination could eventually create the right conditions where formalizing feels necessary. It is time. It's now or never. That's the only one of the conditions, at least I see. And so far, what Russia and China are doing are taking the middle path. They don't want to rush into this. They don't want to slow down either. For now, they seem comfortable. Beijing and Moscow seems to be comfortable with the current arrangements. Institutionalized strategic coordination, the joint military exercises, and I did some videos for you, not more than one. If you just go to the channel, check it out, a few months ago. So you think about arms sales. Yeah, they do have arms sales, believe it or not. You think about intelligence sharing. Yeah, intelligence sharing between the two countries. It's all happening. And all of this happening without the rigidity of a formal mutual defense pact. And this in itself gives both countries the benefit of coordination while at the same time preserving their freedom of action. That's the way I see it. So while it's possible, again, I don't rule that out, neither country, China or Russia, appear at this moment to have strong incentives to formalize their military treaty right now. The partnership serves their purposes at a lower level of commitment, and that's enough for them at this time. If conditions change, it will be a different ball game altogether. And this leads me to the other fundamental question. Does the depth of the relationship between China and Russia, okay, reflect the new global multipolar order? That is the reason, again, why I put this text on the thumbnail. Rewriting the global order. Of course, the Western think tank is going to say there is no such thing. You and I know. You and I understand the reality and understand the truth and know the truth that it is. That is why I had to ask the question, is it reflecting the new global multipolar order? And the answer is yes. It does reflect, and not only reflect, it reinforces what both countries, Russia and China in this case, describing as a multipolar world order, because it's here already. And yet it's worth examining sort of the facts, what it actually means. So what does a multipolar framing represent for those two countries? And I'm only talking about Russia and China. I will mention the US separately here. So China and Russia use the approach to multipolarity to describe a world where power is distributed among multiple centers rather than concentrated in the hand of the United States / the West. And when I say the West, don't think about England and Germany and France. Those are literally useless. It's the US. Simple as that. I mean, if you know the conditions now, what's going on in the UK or Germany or France, give it a decade and you'll see where they're going to be. So the depth of this relationship, or this partnership rather, between Russia and China, in their view, the way they see it is like a manifestation. It's a concrete manifestation of this multipolar order, because they are operating as distinct poles of power, not together. This is what they distributed among multiple centers. That's the meaning of it. And at the same time, coordinating where interests align. but maintaining independence. I'll give you a brief example, a very, very short. Look at the relationship between India and China, and look at the relationship between Russia and India. That will give you an example. So the institutionalized consultation between Moscow and Beijing, the joint military exercises between China and Russia, the coordinated possessions on issues like Taiwan, all this signal that power is genuinely shifting away from a unipolar Western dominance / the US. And while understanding this, don't forget, reality is more complex than you may think. The global order, as we know it, is genuinely becoming less unipolar. We know it, we can feel it, we can sense it. You've been with me for over many years now. You've seen how from day one, when I launched this channel and the other ones, and we went ahead into talking about global affairs, where we were back then and where we are today. Because that shift is real. US relative power, global one that is, has declined. The rising powers, it's not rising, it's already there. The likes of China. And I disagree once again with those who say India is in that category. India, it is not. Nothing against India. My assessment is based on facts, on capabilities. I mean, you look at what India suffered at the hand of Pakistan. What do you think India can sustain with other major powers? That's why I don't include India in this conversation, because it's not. So, suffice it to say, when we look at this, the power decline of the US, the rising powers, like China in this case, and just go back the 20 years. And if you go back 20 years, is exact timing when I said back then in Washington, mark my word, give 20 or 25 years and you see where China is going to be. I didn't say give it 20, 25 years and you see where India is. It was clear to me back then, still clear to me today. And this is why we call it multipolar. Because one thing you need to understand in the world of international relations, multipolar can obscure sometimes an important asymmetries that exist within the system. You think about China's economic and technological weight, which dwarfs that of Russia, India, and the US. That's why funny, when I read yesterday about, I was reading some stuff yesterday, and about the upcoming G7 and the most advanced systems in the world. China is not there. And I was just like wondering, are you saying to me that Germany's economy is better than China? That just doesn't make any sense. So now you understand at least why Macron had to go to China, because he wants to make sure the G7 summit, which France is going to have the presidency next year, will succeed. That's another topic for another day. So at the same time, Russia is increasingly, given what's going on now, orbiting the sort of the China, rather than standing as an equal, on an equal pole. Another word, Russia here, China here, on an equal pole. It's not. Russia can do it at this time. It might be able to do it later once the Ukraine conflict is over. Then you have other countries, other economic blocs, the likes of the so-called EU, the like of ASEAN, BRICS, Gulf states. Some even include India into this, are trying to maintain a relationship with multiple powers rather than aligning firmly with one pole or another. Well, I have to push back against this. Those analysts who are saying this, they are misrepresenting the facts, because the EU is aligning with the US. India is aligning with the US, despite the US stepping on India right now. So what India is doing is going back to Russia because of energy, but it couldn't go back to China because, as I told you, if India was honest about really forging deep relationships economically and otherwise with China, they would have agreed to sit down and resolve the border issues once for all. but they won't do it. So here is what I wrote back when I wrote my Russia book. I'm going to share this excerpt and continue in my conversation. Back then I wrote, I devote a detailed narrative about this point in the upcoming pages. For now, suffice it to state that Russia-China relations must concern the West, including the United States. I wager that both Russia and China will likely reshape the geopolitical landscape, including that of the Middle East, while pushing the US away from Asia as much and as far as possible. It is worth noting that Russia's global strategy is supported not only by its military, mainly because of its nuclear capabilities, but also through its seat on the United Nations Security Council, where Russia exercises its influence through advancing its objectives and vehemently opposing or objecting to US interests. That was my argument back then. And this leads me to, it paved the way for me to ask another question. I tend to ask questions a lot when it comes down to geopolitics, you know. So what does this relationship, this partnership reveal, meaning between Russia and China? It reveals that their strategic coordination does suggest that the post-Cold War US-led world order is genuinely eroding. I didn't use the term collapsing, but it's eroding. It won't be an absolute collapse immediately. It will be erosion, and that's usually a gradual decline, a gradual decline. But whether this creates a stable multipolar system or something else, sort of more competitive and fragmented, remains unclear. I am seeing the latter part, especially, for example, when BRICS wanted to introduce the currency and India objected to this. That's an example of this fragmentation that exists. When India said, oh, I'm going to be the spokesperson for the global south. Hold on a second. You don't have the means to hold on that status or claim that status. If anybody will talk on behalf of the global south, it will be China. And China didn't do it, doesn't want it. It's just to highlight to you where that fragmentation comes from. That is the important aspect of this. So that suffice it to say that the partnership shows two powers trying to create an alternative power center. So, but at the same time, they are doing it partly, not entirely, but partly reactively. Why? It's because Western pressure, rather than building something entirely new. On the other hand, why do they need to build brand new? No, pick on the old one, reinvent it, and move on. So, deepening relations between Russia and China reflects the real shift in the global power distribution. But the emerging order, don't think is as easy as it might be, or it's messier than the multipolar label suggests. Why? Because you have players who will undermine it. I'll start with India first. Because this, in my opinion, suggests more accurately a world of competing regional powers, realignment blocks, and states hedging their bets. That's why I said last time, it's in one of those videos on the record, I said the new multipolar order will be centered on blocks, regional blocks, not in one country dominated. China's not after this. Russia's not after that. So, and within this leads us to ask another question. What role can the US play in this new order, if any? Because the world has moved on and is moving on without the US. But don't forget, the US still plays a major role in the global order as of today. So the US still has significant role to play, though it is very, very, very different from the post-Cold War position of primacy back then. So I'm going to share for you outlines regarding this to put it in perspective for you. So you think of the US as a major power among others, not a unilateral. The US remains the world's largest economy because we still are. You know, there's still some sort of unmatched military capabilities, but that's just on the surface because we couldn't fight, you know. And we still need some sort of lead, or rather alliances like NATO, which becoming obsolete anyway. But we still have alliances with Japan, South Korea, Australia, Philippines. So rather than being the sole ordering power, which by the way still is with those countries, not around the world, look at Africa, look at Latin America, the US could function as one of major poles among several. You know, competing, cooperating selectively, and managing competition to avoid escalation, which is unlikely, by the way. And this would require the United States to accept that it cannot dictate outcomes globally the way it once did or could. Then the US also can do this through some sort of alliance management. What do I mean by this? The US strength lies partly in its alliance systems, which, by the way, China and Russia don't have at this time. This is what I'm saying. If they are to go into the military alliance, it will behoove them to expand on that. They won't be just the two. They are major capabilities, and I'm going to be talking about this soon, within a minute here. So, but if they expand on that by adding other countries, then that's when you realize the management of this alliance. That is what the US is good at, still doing, of course, using other countries. So the US strength is partly lies in its alliance systems. As I said, China and Russia don't have that. So for the US, strengthening ties with Europe, with Japan, with South Korea, with India, with Philippines, with Australia, gives the US influence and, of course, dominance over this coalition building rather than unilateral actions. And this, in my opinion, in a multipolar order will become more important. Why? Because there will be no single power that is dominating. Then you have these specific domains where the US still play a major role. Even if the US cannot control everything, and of course it can't, it retains advantages in certain areas. Think of technology, think of innovation, think of the dollar dominance in global economy or finance, think of the cultural influence, even though it's going down. So, and this is going to be changing soon anyway. But the harder question we ought to consider is whether the US political system and the strategic culture can accept this shift. There is no answer to that at this time. Accepting a multipolar order, yeah, if we are to accept this new multipolar order, it requires comfort with the outcome of the US, which means outcome of what? That the US cannot control. And we have to be comfortable with other powers having legitimate sphere of influence. And of course, the instinct. I worked in Washington. I understand how that town operates. The instincts of Washington has often been to resist rather than adapt and cooperate. That's why you are witnessing what you are witnessing. At the same time, what are you left with? You're left with the strategic choices ahead. The US could pursue either containment strategies, which will not work, especially against China or Russia at this time, okay? Or you have to move into accommodation strategies, negotiating spheres of influence. Or you have to consider competitive coexistence, competing in some areas where finding cooperation in others will be better. So each area or each sector carries different risks and different opportunities. So the core answer to this question is that the US will remain a major player as of now, but its role is likely to be less dominant as we move forward and more negotiated than it has been accustomed to. It's a fact. It's the reality that Washington needs to accept. The world has changed, and we need to change with it. And one of the key questions, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to address, is whether Japan is a common enemy for both Russia and China. You have to consider that, given the history of both countries, Russia and China, vis-a-vis Japan. So some of the bat will say, not quietly, they are not, or Japan is not. So, or maybe even framing it this way might not be right. Yeah, it won't matter. For me, I just put it out there. Because what Japan does and can do is that it can create friction for both countries in a different ways, like, for example, what we just saw with China. So I'm going to do China's perspective, Russia's perspective, and where they both align. So from China's perspective, Japan is more of a direct strategic concern than anything else. The two countries, China and Japan, have historical animosity, of course. World War II legacy, you can't forget. Ongoing dispute of Senkaku Islands, the atrocities and the massive genocide that Japanese did in Nanjing city in China. In addition to all this, Japan hosts significant US military presence. So China views Japan as part of the US-led containment strategy in Asia. And of course, the recent statements by the Japanese Prime Minister on Taiwan, which I mentioned earlier when I was talking about the visit of Mr. Wang Yi, are a source of real tensions. So Japan is seen as an obstacle to the Chinese regional sort of influence, as an extension of the American power in Asia that's trying to contain and encircle China. From Russia's perspective, it's slightly different. Why is this? Because Japan is less of a primary concern for Russia. However, it factors into the picture of Moscow. Also, when you think about Russia's historical tensions with Japan, the territorial dispute over the island of Sakhalin, memories of the Russo-Japanese War, to those who are familiar with that era. And most recently, Japan has joined Western sanctions against Russia over Ukraine. And that, at the same time, it's strengthening, meaning Japan, strengthening its military capabilities. But let's just put the dots on the letter where we might. Japan isn't Russia's main preoccupation. To Russia, the US and NATO are. Then where you have both countries, Russia and China, interests converge or align over Japan. Of course, the recent statements by Japanese Prime Minister, and of course, Japan's closer integration with the US security arrangements, and viewing Japan's military strengthening with suspicion. That's how China and Russia see it. Because Japan went ahead and increased its defense spending. Why? All of a sudden. So this is where you have, if you, once again, we talked about this. I'm not going to beat the dead horse over this. When you coordinate rhetorically the statements of Japan regarding Taiwan and the regional militarization, this gives you a sense that Japan represents, to both countries, to China and to Russia, it represents a shared irritant, like a thorn, in addition to being a US ally in Asia, that both see as complicating their regional interest, meaning the regional interest for China and Russia. So there are those who say, oh, it's not a common enemy. So that's those who say this, they are entitled to their perspective or their opinions. And one last thing I'm going to share with you before I'll do conclusion, it has to do with one specific question. And that question is, can the US defeat both China and Russia when they combine their forces, militarily speaking? It's a complex question. And of course, we have to define what do we mean by defeat. And when we say defeat, is it defeat under any circumstances or under only specific circumstances? So the honest assessment, if we are to think about it, is that the US cannot simultaneously defeat China and Russia in a major peer-to-peer conflict. So the combined military capabilities, the geographic advantages, the nuclear arsenal of both countries make that essentially impossible for the United States. Even the US own strategic documents acknowledge this. I had a chance to read it one time. That's usually strategic. This comes from the Pentagon to be sent to Congress. They've shifted away from planning for two, meaning the US, from planning for two simultaneous major wars, and now focuses on deterrence and managing competition. So why the US can't defeat them? China has the world's second largest economy. As a matter of fact, is the first anyway. China would never want to acknowledge that. I'm telling you here, based on fact, when I was in China, I found out. China is number one, but they will never come forward and say it because they don't like the spotlight. That's part of their culture. So we'll go with this argument. China's second largest economy. With a massive military establishment, you saw the parade, and that was just a fraction of that. And sophisticated capabilities in areas like cyber, like space, anti-ship missiles, and I'm going to be sharing some pictures with you. Russia, on the other hand, has advanced nuclear forces, significant conventional military experience, geographic advantages, and of course, in its periphery. So fighting both, for the US, fighting both simultaneously will stretch American forces, resources, military, economic, and logistics beyond sustainable level. Heck, we couldn't even do it in Afghanistan or Iraq or Somalia. What makes us think we're going to do it? And the US would likely face a defeat in at least one theater while trying to fight in another. This is the reality. So what the US could do in a conflict with one of them separately, the US will have significant advantages. Of course, some analysts here in Washington and in Brussels are saying what the superior Navy, the Air Force, technology. Yeah, it's all that. That's true to a degree. The advantage the US has is the allies. But even that wouldn't necessarily mean defeating one or the other in some sort of a decisive sense. So, but you look at one aspect, the Taiwan issue, for instance, could be hypothetically, this is hypothetical if a war breaks out in the Taiwan Strait. This could be catastrophically costly, even if the US prevail militarily. Because a direct US-Russia, for example, conflict involving nuclear weapons will be mutually destructive. There's no other way of looking at it. But regarding the allies, yeah, you look at Philippines, that's one of the advantages US have. Philippines, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and I will even include India. Why? Because the US will use India. And India will support the US because they always want to be at the good graces of America. So all this you have to think about the strategic implications. And this is precisely why both deterrence and diplomacy matters so much. The US strategy, by the way, isn't a strategy, isn't a plan for winning. We haven't won a war since World War II. And even World War II, we didn't win it. They were the Soviets. America never won World War II. Let's not lie about this, historically speaking. So, and that is where that difference is. So the US never plans for winning. We plan for, because if you think about after World War II, especially from 1952 forward, we got involved in conflicts. Korean War, Vietnam, Gulf I, Gulf II, Afghanistan, Iraq. We did now the Red Sea and we had to move out. Did we win any of those? None. That's my point. So it's because what the US think about, in this case of two front wars, it's going to make such conflicts unthinkable. Only the US is going to use the allies there, the alliances, the military presence there, but using the locals, not the Americans will be in the back. They might be part of it, but they will be in the back. And that's one of the clear consequences of this. So the goal, the objective is to prevent conflict, not winning it. So the practical answer to all this is no, the US cannot defeat, which is why military strategy focuses on deterrence, alliance building, and managing the competition short of war rather than a war-winning scenarios.
What is the likelihood of an actual attack with all this combat power the U.S. has had in the region now for many weeks?
I'd give it a 60% chance that we'll try to bomb something. It'll be ineffective. We'll kill some Venezuelans and we'll make a show of force and then declare victory. We do not have enough troops in the entire U.S. military, including reservists right now, to do anything in Venezuela of any consequence other than getting U.S. soldiers killed and killing some Venezuelan civilians. The average American just does not understand how big, as I mentioned earlier, that Venezuela is 3 times the size of Vietnam, and in Vietnam we had more than 500,000 soldiers on the ground there, and still failed to defeat the North Vietnamese. And I don't want to hear from these guys, oh, we just weren't trying, or we were betrayed by our politicians. Oh, nonsense. We lost. We need to get used to it. So we haven't we got like 18,000 now to go into Venezuela. I can't imagine that there's anybody at the Pentagon or the Department of War stupid enough to go along with an order to deploy U.S. ground forces. Now, are there some special operations forces running around trying to create mayhem? Yeah, probably. But again, they're not decisive. It wasn't the special operations executive of the Brits in World War II that won World War II. It was a guy's named Zhukov in Russia that entered Berlin and destroyed and defeated the German army. It was ground troops, massive troops, and that's always accompanied by losses. So I think what the United States has been trying to do is to provoke a reaction from Maduro. And so far, he's not taken the bait. And I saw this before, Danny, back in 1988, when we were trying to provoke Manuel Noriega into doing something so that we could then justify invading Panama. And that effort started a year before I think our invasion underwent and started in December of '88. But you know, it was in my branch, Central America branch, and the analyst who had the account, Alyssa, she was constantly meeting with the folks on the Directorate of Operations, and she was being apprised of what actions we were taking, what we were trying to do in order to provoke Noriega. Noriega didn't take the bait, and so
well, and you speaking of taking the bait, that headline Gary's showing right there. To me, this was an attempt to get Maduro to take the bait. We had 2 military fighter jets for 40 minutes flying through the airspace of Venezuela, not in the ADIZ, not near it, not in their territorial or off their territorial waters, but actually in their airspace for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Which, of course, if that ever happened to us, we would be going crazy and we'd be shooting them down, etc. You know, we'd be, especially if it was like a Chinese or a Russian. I mean, we'd be losing our minds. But yet here we are, without even a second thought, and no one even bats an eyelash that I've seen about us sending our fighter aircraft into their airspace of another sovereign country with no justification at all. That by itself is a problem. But I almost wonder, and you can give me your view, I almost wonder if we weren't hoping that they would have been attacked.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You know, this is a play. We've run this playbook many times. We're like that bully in the bar, and he'll be up and he'll keep finger poking you until you throw a punch, and then he'll say, "Hey, I wasn't doing anything. He hit me." That's what we're doing. You know, it's an old tactic. But Maduro, I think, is, you know, he's talking to the Russians, he's talking to the Chinese, he's talking to the Iranians, he's trying to talk to other neighbors like the president of Colombia. I suspect he's talking to Lula in Brazil as well. He's not going to take the bait, and instead they're making quiet preparations. If we're foolish enough to put troops in there on the ground, we'll have more people killed in Venezuela than we had killed in Iraq.
But aren't we setting ourselves up for real trouble here with that last headline that Gary showed there? And that was also part of something that Trump said in that Politico interview earlier this week, where he said Maduro's days are numbered. So he said, I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do operational, and he insulted the reporter. But then he said, but yeah, his days are numbered. So Trump is kind of putting himself in a position, and I'd like your view on this particular point here too, that he's putting himself in a no-win situation. If he doesn't do anything, if he doesn't have any kind of attack, after having all of that combat power, which continues to rise up, and as you said, now it's around 18,000 total personnel and all these ships and Marines and everything else, and making that statement, but then Maduro's days don't get numbered and they just keep on rolling on, and then we end up leaving. I mean, Trump's going to look pretty weak, and I fear, and what's your view on this, that Trump may go, well, I can't have that. I can't have this clown Maduro who's out doing Trump-like dances in front of everybody and mocking him, et cetera, and then succeeding, and then nothing ever happens, and we literally just leave and go home. I worry that we may have to say, well, we got to do something, and then what happens after that?
Well, we started deploying our troops and these naval fleets into the Venezuela AOR in August. So let's just do the math. September, October, November. We're more than 3.5-4 months into this. Now we're into December, almost halfway through December. And what have we accomplished? Well, we've accomplished putting ships out there that are costing a lot of money each day, and putting a stress on the crews, because they're not, they're asking them to be ready, but nothing's happening. We don't have enough, 18,000 sounds like a lot. It's a pittance.
Yeah, because a lot of that's naval craft. It's not even ground troops that even could do something. So it's a really small number of actual deployable ground troops.
Right. And there's the ability of Venezuelan military and paramilitaries to carry out ambushes on any U.S. forces that get on the ground. And it's not like Iraq, where at least in Iraq, you could see for miles in some direction. It was tough to hide,
Yes, I can verify that.
Yeah, not Venezuela. Venezuela's got a lot of jungle.
Which you can verify, because you've been in that area. You know the territory.
Been there, done it, got the T-shirt. And I've been to Caracas. I've been to Barquisimeto. I've been down south in Venezuela.
So, well, now let me ask you one other question here, because I know we're getting low on time here, but there's something that you have a kind of a unique knowledge about that is mostly not even on anyone's radar in the public. They're just talking about whether there's going to be action or not. But you say that there's an issue between the internal dynamics between the command relationships of the various forces. And can you tell us a little bit about that and how that might impact what's going on?
Yeah, so within the U.S. military, there's a concept called the supported commander and the supporting commander. So the way the U.S. has the world divided up into regions, this particular region falls under the command of SOUTHCOM, Southern Command. Southern Command is now headquartered in Miami, Florida. It used to be headquartered at Quarry Heights in Panama. Well, we're out of Panama now, so we're operating out of Miami. And in theory, the commander of Southern Command is the one who should be directing all the operations. And then JSOC, which falls on, so Joint Special Operations Command, which falls under Special Operations Command, SOCOM. So you got to learn, you know, if you're going to play military analyst, you got to learn all the acronyms. SOCOM, JSOC's under it. JSOC is the one that has the tip of the spear, the Tier 1 units, Delta Force, SEAL Team 6, Task Force 160, the helicopter guys. Then you get to the Tier 2 elements like Rangers, 75th Rangers. So in this case, so normally you would have Southern Command in charge, dealing directly with the Pentagon, and then JSOC supporting Southern Command. So the Southern Command general would be issuing the orders through what JSOC would do and not do. Instead, what we have, JSOC or SOCOM is sitting on top with the JSOC commander, Bradley. I'm not sure who the current commander is at JSOC, but it's a 2-star general. And so JSOC's calling the shots. It's Southern Command that has to provide the support to JSOC. Now, I did the exercises in this arena over 23 years, and you talk about some battles, particularly if you had to have JSOC operating in an AOR where there was CENTCOM and AFRICOM came together. Oh man, Clash of the Titans, because you get bureaucratic battles, and every general like, hey, I'm in charge, I'm important. So you got a little bit of that going on right now, and with the issues surrounding the murder of civilians without justification. Now, I had a good friend, dear friend, who's a Navy SEAL, retired commander. He sent me all the legal justification, because these aren't, since they're not flying a flag of a particular nation, they're not entitled to any kind of protection. But the issue is that we're not talking about pirates here. We're talking about us killing unarmed civilians. So unless those people are threatening us or firing weapons at us, showing a firearm threatening to kill us, we've got no justification to kill civilians. That's a war crime. That is the war crime.
I agree. Yeah, the double tap is its own issue here, but that's why I've been arguing from the beginning. The first tap is I think it could very well be a war crime, but
yeah,
we don't seem to be looking at that.
Yeah, so this whole bureaucratic battle within the military itself, between who's in charge right now, SOCOM's in charge, and Southern Command is supporting. And frankly, that may have been one of the issues that led to the resignation of Halsey, who was the Southcom commander. That could be one of the issues that factored in. He goes, I'm not going to be a strap hanger on this circus. I get to be the ringmaster, or I'm not going to do it. That could have been a reason.
Right. So let's ask you in a different question here in the last few minutes you have. What impact could this issue, where all the focus is upon war crimes and who gave this order and was it justified, on just the boats out here? But what if you get a situation to where now then we're called to actually attack another country, which, according to the Constitution, requires a congressional declaration of war first, or if it's the 1973 War Powers Act, it either requires congressional authorization or an attack by that country against us. Otherwise, it's an illegal act. Is there any risk that it could cause some hesitation amongst some of the commanders, because they're going, I don't want to end up on some kind of a court docket after this is over. Could that come into play anywhere?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. In fact, that's what when the first Washington Post article came out on this, and Hegseth and Trump were just reacting with great disdain. Oh, this just a loser Washington Post. What struck me was the number of sources within the military, within the Pentagon, within the Department of War that were talking, and basically they're saying, no, you're not hanging this on us. This was your call, and self-preservation kicks in. You've got that. Then the other issue is limited resources of the United States. We're not. This is what got me fired as a Fox News analyst back in November of 2002. I said the United States at that time was not capable of fighting a two-front war, and that if we were going to go into Iraq, we would be sacrificing going after bin Laden. Well, I think I was right, proven right by subsequent details. Well, I guarantee you right now, we have zero capability to engage Venezuela and then engage the Russians in Ukraine and possibly throw in the Iranians on, for dessert. I mean, and what about China? Oh yeah, we're so overstretched that so we're not sure what our priorities are.
Well, there's a whole lot of that going too, and I wish we had more time because I'd love to actually talk to you about the national security strategy. Speaking of that, not really having an idea where we're going, hopefully we can have you back on real quick to talk about that. But thanks so much for coming on today. This has been very, very enlightening and interesting. Thank you very much.
Most welcome, sir.
Always our pleasure for having.
Is it true that a Russian general is directly involved in Venezuela, leading a secret mission? If this information is confirmed, the United States would find itself in a state of heightened anxiety. The presence of advanced defense systems such as the Pantsir S-1, Buk M2, and even Su-30 Mk-2 fighter jets in the region is already enough to raise military tensions. Let's uncover the real facts circulating behind this report. Keep your eyes on the story. The latest reports leaking from intelligence corridors, including those revealed by the chief of Ukraine's Defense Intelligence Directorate, Lieutenant General Kirilo Budanov, expose a fact that keeps Washington awake at night. Russia is not only present in Venezuela, it has planted deep, advanced, and highly strategic military roots there. At the center of this storm stands a figure who cannot be underestimated, Colonel General Oleg Leontievich Makarovich. He brings real combat experience and a deep understanding of modern warfare. His presence in Caracas is not for a tropical vacation, but to lead the Russian Ministry of Defense's Equatorial Task Force. This is a clear signal that Moscow is serious about supporting its strategic ally in the Western Hemisphere. Western narratives may try to downplay this as mere provocation, but for sharp military observers, this is a masterclass in asymmetric power projection. While the United States is busy piling floating scrap metal across the oceans, Russia is sending brains, tactics, and futuristic technology that has been tested in the most brutal battlefields of this century. The presence of General Makarovich leading more than 120 elite Russian personnel in Venezuela is not merely a routine training mission, it is the integration of high-level combat doctrine. A report from the war zone, which cites Ukrainian intelligence documents, attempts to frame this as something mysterious, yet the documents actually confirm how comprehensive Moscow's assistance is. The Russian forces there are not teaching basic drills. They are transferring hybrid warfare know-how. The Equator Task Force operates as a central nerve, connecting the capabilities of Venezuelan infantry with modern technology. Training covers all crucial aspects, from operating heavy armored vehicles and managing precision artillery to deploying tracking dogs for special operations. However, what most unsettles Western intelligence is Russia's assistance in the fields of signals intelligence and surveillance. With Russian support, the Venezuelan armed forces now have the capability to monitor the movements of foreign-funded domestic groups and detect threats from the United States and its allies long before those threats reach their shores. This is not a panicked reaction to a U.S. military buildup. It is a planned construction of a sovereignty fortress. Moscow is giving Caracas the keys to secure its own territory with high efficiency, transforming Venezuela's military from a conventional force into a modern, adaptive, and lethal one. Budanov may claim that these activities are not a direct reaction to the U.S., but implicitly, they serve as an effective deterrent. By deploying its best instructors, Russia ensures that any attempt at invasion or destabilization of Venezuela would face resistance orchestrated with Russian-style precision. The real trigger for this commotion stems from a report by Intelligence Online revealing the arrival of Russia's elite drone units. This is where the genius of modern Russian military strategy lies, achieving air dominance without deploying expensive squadrons of fighter jets. Russia is teaching Venezuelan forces the art of using first-person view drones and, more worrying for the United States, the potential delivery of the Geran family of drones. Alexei Zhuravlev, first deputy chairman of the State Duma's Defense Committee, has openly warned that Russia is ready to supply advanced weapons, including cruise missiles and long-range drones. If the Geran drone family, such as the Geran 2, legendary on the Ukrainian battlefield, were truly deployed in Venezuela, the balance of power in the region would shift dramatically. The Geran is a loitering munition, often called a kamikaze drone, featuring a distinctive delta wing design. This design provides stable lift and a small radar cross-section, making it difficult for conventional radar to detect until it's too late. Powered by a simple yet reliable engine, the Geran can fly hundreds to more than 1,000 kilometers. It operates using precise GPS or GLONASS coordinates. Unlike missiles that fly directly to a target, the Geran can loiter over a target area, wait for the right moment, or attack in swarm formations that overwhelm enemy air defenses through saturation. With a significant warhead of roughly 50 kilograms of high explosive material, the Geran is designed to disable critical infrastructure such as ammunition depots, command centers, air defense radars, and energy facilities. Its blast effect is highly destructive against soft and semi-hardened targets. This is its main advantage. A single Geran unit is extremely cheap compared to the air defense missiles the US would need to shoot it down. If Venezuela were to field a Geran fleet, it would gain the capability to strike enemy naval assets or forward bases with high precision, without risking pilots. It would be a true force multiplier. While Russia quietly and effectively strengthens Venezuela's military muscle, the world is watching a colossal display from the United States that feels like a relic of the Cold War era. Washington is still awaiting Donald Trump's decision regarding the fate of its massive military presence in the region. Just look at the U.S. force composition. The aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford, 3 escort destroyers, 7 additional surface warships, a special operations carrier, various air assets, and around 15,000 troops. On paper, it looks like a world-conquering armada, but in the context of modern warfare, as studied by Russia in Ukraine, it resembles a giant, slow, and extremely expensive target. So, seeing how Russia applies its combat strategy from the Ukrainian battlefield and now through its generals in Venezuela, isn't it quite epic? What do you think? Leave your thoughts, and thanks for watching.
Tension in the Western Hemisphere spiked today after Venezuela confirmed the arrival of Russian military personnel on its territory. What had circulated as early reports only hours earlier has now been verified by multiple regional observers. Russian advisors, technicians, and support units have landed in Venezuela to assist with the activation and integration of advanced missile systems. The development marks the most direct Russian military presence in the region in years and immediately shifts the strategic mood across the Americas. Fresh satellite passes have identified increased activity at Venezuelan air bases just after the Russian aircraft touched down. Cargo unloading operations, personnel transfers, and convoy movements began almost immediately, indicating a coordinated plan rather than a symbolic visit. U.S. defense analysts are now reassessing the urgency of the situation, noting that these deployments appear geared toward operational capability, not diplomatic signaling. The Venezuelan government has openly highlighted the arrival of what it calls specialized military cooperation teams, a phrase typically used when referring to foreign personnel assisting with high-end weapon systems. Early assessments suggest the Russian teams are focused on restoring full readiness of Venezuela's S-300VM air defense network and potentially preparing new missile platforms that have been moved out of storage. The speed of activity suggests prearranged planning rather than an improvised reaction. This development places immediate pressure on Washington, which has long treated the Caribbean basin as a secure zone free of major power military influence. The presence of Russian personnel, even in limited numbers, introduces a complication the U.S. has not dealt with in the region for years. What matters is not the size of the deployment, but its capability and what it represents. Russia projecting power in a space the United States typically controls uncontested. Inside Venezuela, the mood within military circles has shifted. Commanders are conducting rapid readiness checks, missile crews are being reorganized around newly arrived specialists, and radar operators have begun extended shifts to integrate Russian technical updates. These actions point to an effort to ensure Venezuela's air defenses are not only operational but configured to deter external pressure. For Russia, today's deployment offers strategic leverage at minimal cost. By positioning even a small contingent of personnel and advisors in Venezuela, Moscow forces Washington to divide its attention between global commitments. It also demonstrates Russia's ability to respond to U.S. actions elsewhere, particularly in Europe, by opening pressure points closer to American territory. Regional governments reacted cautiously but with clear concern. Colombia and Brazil privately acknowledged that today's developments could alter their defense posture, especially if Venezuela's air defense umbrella becomes more capable with Russian assistance. Even Caribbean states that typically distance themselves from military tensions now find themselves within the radius of a rapidly evolving security environment. U.S. officials, while avoiding direct confrontation in public statements, admit privately that the Russian presence introduces new variables into any future contingency planning. Russian technicians operating advanced missile systems, even as advisors, significantly increase the risk and political cost of any potential U.S. military action near Venezuelan airspace. Meanwhile, Russian media is framing today's deployment as a step towards strategic cooperation with Venezuela, emphasizing mutual defense agreements and long-term partnership. Moscow appears fully prepared to use today's move as a demonstration of its ability to reposition military focus when global conditions require it. On the ground, Venezuelan units have begun repositioning mobile launchers and adjusting radar coverage in coordination with the newly arrived Russian teams. These actions are subtle but deliberate, indicating preparations for a more integrated air defense posture. None of it suggests escalation for its own sake, rather a strategic message. Venezuela is harder to pressure today than it was yesterday. Energy and economic considerations also intersect with today's developments. Venezuela's oil infrastructure, though still fragile, remains valuable to Russian state-linked companies. A reinforced military presence indirectly protects these economic stakes, giving Moscow additional incentive to deepen its role. Diplomatically, the United States now faces a familiar dilemma: respond too forcefully and risk turning today's deployment into a high-stakes confrontation with Russia, or respond too quietly and allow Moscow to normalize its presence in the region. Neither option is without cost, and both require swift recalculation. As today's news settles, one fact is becoming clear: the Western Hemisphere has entered a new phase. A Russian military footprint in Venezuela, however limited, reshapes assumptions that had held for decades. The balance of power across the Americas is no longer static, and the decisions made in the coming days will shape how far this new dynamic will extend. What comes next will depend on whether this deployment marks a one-time delivery or the beginning of a sustained Russian military presence. For now, the only certainty is that today has changed the strategic map of the region, and everyone is recalibrating accordingly. As governments react cautiously, intelligence agencies across the region are quietly reassessing the pace at which Russia moved. The timeline suggests that preparations for today's deployment were established well before any public signals emerged. Coordination between Russian logistics teams and Venezuelan military planners appears far more structured than initially assumed, indicating a deeper level of cooperation that did not materialize overnight. Analysts also note that the deployment coincides with broader global movements in Russian foreign policy. Rather than acting defensively, Moscow appears to be shaping new geopolitical positions in multiple regions simultaneously. Venezuela is now part of that wider framework, one that prioritizes strategic unpredictability and low-cost leverage over direct confrontation. Inside Venezuela's military leadership, the arrival of Russian personnel is being treated as an opportunity to modernize systems that have degraded over time. Officers familiar with the country's air defense infrastructure acknowledge that technical assistance from Russia can rapidly restore functionality that has suffered from maintenance gaps, sanctions, and lack of spare parts. In practical terms, today's deployment may have more impact on operational readiness than any political announcement.
The deployment of a U.S. naval force in the Caribbean, off the coast of Venezuela, has set off alarms in Nicolas Maduro's government. In response, Caracas mobilized militias. It sent 15,000 soldiers and armored vehicles to the border with Colombia. But theories are emerging behind this move. Is it simply political pressure, or could it mean precision strikes against military or political targets in Venezuela? And if this were to happen, what anti-aircraft systems could the country respond with? Today we analyze the structure of Venezuela's anti-aircraft defense. I'm Philip, and this is about weapons and more. Anti-aircraft defense is now a strategic pillar in any modern war. Venezuela knows this well, and since 1978 it has had a specialized command, the CODI, under the direct command of the Strategic Operational Command. Its mission is clearly to monitor airspace, coordinate radar control and, in the event of an attack, intercept any enemy missile or aircraft. The operations center is in Caracas, where national defense is directed through 8 strategic regions that cover the entire territory. In theory, this allows for comprehensive protection of the Venezuelan sky. CODI currently has 7 air defense brigades. Each combines 3 levels of weaponry. Medium-range missiles such as the Russian-made M2E missile, portable defenses such as the Mistral Atlas double launcher, and anti-aircraft artillery such as the subcannon. These brigades work together with logistics units, radars, and control centers, forming a true national shield. All this means that Venezuela has one of the most advanced anti-aircraft defenses in Latin America. But the key question arises: would this shield be enough to stop an attack by the US destroyers currently sailing in the Caribbean? Well, let's take a look. To better understand the power of Venezuelan anti-aircraft defense, let's divide it into range levels, from closest to farthest. First, we have short-range anti-aircraft artillery. Imagine a wall of automatic fire capable of firing 2,000 bullets in a minute. Well, that's the last line of the Venezuelan anti-aircraft shield. The Soviet-made U-23 automatic cannons. Each of these pieces weighs the same as a compact car, about 950 kilograms, and is 4.5 meters long. Similar to an average 11 Dan. But don't be fooled by its size. It fires 23mm caliber cartridges, so large that they can use explosive or incendiary ammunition, capable of destroying the fuselage of a low-flying plane or helicopter. Its rate of fire is brutal. 2,000 rounds per minute in vertical mode. It can hit targets 1.5 kilometers high, and against targets at a distance it reaches up to 2 kilometers effectively. Most importantly, its mobility and rapid deployment. These cannons can be placed at strategic points and open fire in seconds. Venezuela has just over 300 of these units, and although at first glance they may seem limited in a low-altitude attack, they become a deadly obstacle for any US aircraft. In short, the U-23 represents the last ring of defense, simple, abundant, and lethal in its range. After the artillery firewall, we enter the level of portable missile launcher systems, a robust and versatile ring of Venezuelan defense. The first is the RBS-70 in its Mk1 and Mk2 versions. This Swedish launcher is just 1.32 meters long, but fires a 15 kilograms missile at an initial velocity of 50 meters, sun that accelerates to M2 after launch. Its versatility is key. It can be mounted on platforms, vehicles, or deployed on the ground with a team of just 3 men. Although a single operator is enough to fire it. In addition, the reload time is minimal, less than 30 seconds. Guidance is by laser. A strategic detail is that since it emits low radiation before firing, it is extremely difficult for enemy systems to detect. Once in flight, the missile can intercept low-altitude attack aircraft, such as the AV-8B Harrier, deployed on the USS Higuaima, or even different types of missiles. Its 1 kilogram hollow explosive charge, reinforced with 3,000 Tuxtine spheres, turns each impact into a veritable rain of lethal fragments that can detonate on contact or proximity. In simple numbers, the RBS-70 can hit targets 3 kilometers high with a maximum range of 6 kilometers. And most intimidatingly, it has a 90% combat-proven effectiveness rate. That is why this portable system constitutes one of the most lethal layers of the second air defense ring. Alongside the RBS-70, Venezuela also has the IGLA-S, a portable system of Russian origin designed to operate on any terrain and that can be fired even by a single soldier. Unlike the RBS-70, the IGLA-S does not require a platform or vehicle. At just 1.6060 meters long, it can be launched directly from the shoulder. This infrared-guided missile travels at over 1,400 kilometers per hour with the ability to not only intercept helicopters and attack aircraft, but also subsonic and cruise missiles, including the fearsome Tomahawk, which could be fired from U.S. destroyers. All this in a hypothetical scenario. In practical terms, a single Venezuelan operator would have the ability to shoot down targets at an altitude of 3.5 kilometers and at distances of up to 6 kilometers. A difficult threat to neutralize, since the system is designed to evade flares and electronic countermeasures. However, the most relevant aspect is its scale. Venezuela has around 5,000 units of this system, making the IGLA-S one of the most massive and dissuasive pieces of its entire anti-aircraft defense. But this second ring of defense would not be complete without the Mistral Atlas, a dual missile launch system that can be mounted on a vehicle or deployed on a land platform. The platform measures just 1.80 meters and weighs only 50 kilograms, making it extremely light and easy to transport. Each 20 kilograms Mistral missile is designed to shoot down aircraft, and even 7-ton helicopters such as the Seahawks that the United States maintains off the coast of Venezuela. According to the manufacturer, the operation is so simple that the gunner only needs to detect the target with a thermal sight, activate the missile seeker and fire. The system allows 2 missiles to be launched in less than 5 seconds and reloaded in just 30 seconds, ensuring a sustained combat rhythm. In addition, the gunner's seated position not only provides stability, but also reduces fatigue and keeps the operator ready throughout the mission. The Mistral boasts a 96% effectiveness in real combat thanks to its resistance to all known infrared countermeasures. Its warhead of just 3 kilograms can destroy any aircraft by direct hit or proximity, reaching targets 6 kilometers high and up to 8 kilometers away. In conclusion, this system not only increases the power of the second portable defense ring, but also adds a layer of precision and lethality that makes any attempt at an air incursion into Venezuela much riskier. But ultimately, what represents the bulk and greatest power of Venezuelan air defense are the missile groups. A first defense ring composed almost entirely of Soviet and Russian systems designed to shoot down everything from stealth homes to ballistic missiles in midair. The first layer of this defense ring is made up of 23 S-125 Pechora M2 systems. Short and medium-range surface-to-air missiles designed to destroy aircraft, assault helicopters, and even cruise missiles. Each launcher can fire up to 4 V-600 or V-601 missiles, each weighing almost a ton, the same as a compact car. But their true power lies in the warhead, 33 kilograms of explosive accompanied by 4,500 metal fragments capable of destroying any target in seconds. Despite their weight, these missiles reach speeds of Mach 3, powered by solid fuel and guided by a radio command system. Their modernization to the Pechora 2M model added optronic television and thermal imaging sensors, which in short allows them to operate day and night, and even in electronic warfare scenarios where enemy radar could be jammed. In simple terms, the Pechora 2M can shoot down a Gaza F-16 at 35 kilometers away and neutralize larger aircraft at altitudes of up to 15 kilometers. A veteran defense, but still lethal. The second layer of this anti-aircraft defense ring consists of 23 Book M2E systems. This is a mobile medium-range surface-to-air missile system, designed in Russia to protect both troops in the field and strategic facilities. Its operation combines three key parts: a command center, a missile launch vehicle, and a tracking radar. Thanks to all this, it can detect and track up to 24 targets simultaneously, even in the midst of strong electronic countermeasures. Each M2E Book missile weighs around 700 kilograms. It reaches speeds of over 1.00 meters (sund) and can hit targets 42 kilometers away and up to 35 kilometers high. With this capability, the M2E Book can shoot down virtually any modern air threat, from tactical and strategic aircraft to ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, guided bombs and helicopters, even those flying in hover mode under intense enemy fire. But without a doubt, the jewel in the crown of the entire Venezuelan anti-aircraft system is the 3S-300 VMI. 2500, a long-range anti-aircraft and anti-ballistic missile system. Manufactured in Russia by the Almaz Ande company, the S-300BM was designed for a critical mission: defending strategic facilities and military forces against massive attacks. It can shoot down not only short, medium, and even theater ballistic missiles, but also cruise missiles, tactical and strategic aircraft, and electronic warfare aircraft. Reconnaissance drones and even early warning aircraft. In short, it is designed to neutralize the best and most dangerous in the enemy arsenal. This system is mobile and multi-channel, meaning it can operate on the move and attack multiple targets at the same time. Its resistance to electronic jamming allows it to operate in hostile environments, under counterattack and in all weather conditions, day or night. In terms of its capabilities, it detects targets at 250 kilometers. It can attack them up to 200 kilometers away. It operates at an altitude range of up to 30 kilometers. And most impressively, it can track and attack 24 targets simultaneously. In short, Venezuela has built one of the densest and most sophisticated anti-aircraft shields in all of Latin America, From the sub-automatic cannons that sweep the sky at low altitude to the thousands of portable missile launchers such as the Digla S or the RBS-70.
Salute, family.
To medium-range mobile systems such as the Book M2E. It all culminates in its most advanced piece, the S-300 BMTI 2500, capable of simultaneously intercepting different targets hundreds of kilometers away. An arsenal designed to send a clear message. Any air attack on Venezuela would have to pay a very high price. But here comes the big question. Could these defenses stop the large arsenal of U.S. destroyers? Learn the other side of the coin in this video that you see on the screen and you will get to know their arsenal. I'm Philip and this was Armas y Mas.
And KJ No. Gentlemen, good to have you back on the show. How are you?
Good to be back.
Good to be with you, Danny.
Great. Everyone hit the like button. We're getting started right away. That keeps the show boosted in YouTube's algorithm. But we are going to get started. Let's talk about the panic of surrender that has been overtaking the neocons as Trump's national security strategy released has been touted as a plan that essentially admits that the United States cannot fight China and Russia directly. Now, we can start with you, Carl. You know, there is a lot being made, especially in neocon outlets like the New York Times here. Superpower competition, the missing chapter in security strategy. He's shifting from discussion of long-lasting competition among the world's biggest economies and nuclear powers. Carl, what do you make of this? Is the United States retreating? Is there an admission here that in the national security strategy, the U.S. just cannot attack, cannot approach with war Russia and China directly?
Well, I think of it as a tactical pivot. I mean, obviously they have not given up on the goal of U.S. primacy over the world. What they did is they hit their wall. They hit their head on the wall of reality recently, and this is a result of the Ukraine fiasco as well as Trump's disastrous trade war. They did not realize China can and will retaliate, and China has this leverage called rare earth. China still dominates the rare earth supply chain, and so they cannot proceed, as planned before to start a three-front war, like some were saying. So now they have to do it strategically. I mean, they still plan for world domination. They just realize, okay, now we got to do it a little smarter. And their plan is to shore up their control over their quote-unquote neighborhood, which is the West Hemisphere. This is why they're now focusing on Venezuela, Latin America, and even Africa. They're talking about Christian genocide in Nigeria. These are all attempts to push out Chinese and Russian influence from these regions and to prepare United States for the eventual pivot back to come from Russia and China. So this is a pause. This is a strategic pause. It's not a change in the strategic direction. This is my take.
Yeah, and KJ, to you, I wanted to just pull up a quote from this article saying that this is what Trump said in his first national security strategy back in 2018. China and Russia challenge American power, influence interests, eroding American security and prosperity. They're determined to make economies less free and less fair, to grow their militaries and to control information and data, and to oppress their societies and expand their influence. KJ, why has the language changed then? Why does it seem, according to the neocons, according to these think tanks, why does it seem that the United States in this national security strategy is backing off of Russia and China? Do you agree with this? What's your assessment?
Well, I don't agree that it's backing off on Russia and China. If anything, there's much, much more specificity on how to aggress and contain China. It's surprisingly much more specificity than is usual for this document. Usually, you have to understand the national security strategy is the first in a flush of documents: the national defense strategy, nuclear posture review, national military strategy, missile defense review, etc. And all of these things create policy and appropriations. Essentially, it's a business plan for empire, or a business plan for the capitalists of the empire. And it sets forth, mission and vision and goals, and then it does a kind of assessment of resources, and then it notes, struggles and challenges and how it's going to, quote unquote, resolve them. And of course, it throws out red meat for everybody as well. It's a little bit of what they call a Christmas tree. It has the dangling ornaments that are designed to be shiny and to distract. And underneath the tree, you have the gifts. And you have to understand that, if there are flowers for Russia, there is also a shotgun and a crate full of shotgun shells for the United States. So you have to be very, very careful not to be distracted by the shiny ornaments. And you have to ask, what is it really saying? It is essentially continuity of the US project for containing and contesting and eventually taking down China. In order to understand that, you have to do two things. One is you have to read for the contradictions, because it's packed full of contradiction. So even as it says that it wants to retreat and focus on the Western Hemisphere, it talks about controlling and maintaining secure and reliable supply chains and access to critical minerals. It talks about the free and open Indo-Pacific, which is code for controlling the South China Sea and the Pacific area, and to restrain China. And of course, it has a lot of language around Taiwan and, quote unquote, deterring against Taiwan. So all of that signals is that it's simply a cosmetic change. They put lipstick or a different lipstick on the pig, but it is still the beast, the pig of imperialism, that still has an imperial agenda to take down China. And along the way, they've understood that they need to kind of resequence, not retreat, but resequence regarding Russia. And they need to consolidate more power, quote unquote, in the Western Hemisphere, so they can build out the kind of supply chains and resources that they need to re-wage kinetic war against China. So nothing has changed. Don't be deceived. It is the Wolfowitz doctrine, simply continued with a little bit of sparkly little, little decorations on the side.
Well, what's very interesting about this, Carl, is that there's a lot in it made about burden sharing. And I wanted to actually pull up, at the same time that this was announced, that this came out, there was a paper put out by a European think tank. I believe this is the European version of the, I think it's the Atlantic Council. The U.S. must beware of the deepening Russia-China axis. And essentially what this argues is that Europe is the one that's warning now the U.S. that it needs to be taking on Russia and China. And all throughout the national security strategy, Carl, there's all kinds of references made about the so-called allies needing to take up more responsibility. What do you make of this? How does this factor into what KJ was saying and the overall aim here?
Well, I think this is Trump's baby. I mean, Trump has been complaining about the so-called U.S. allies riding on the coattail of the U.S. empire, and that now they need to pay up. They're trying to, compartmentalizing and their imperial project right now. So in Europe, what they want to do is they want to shift the burden of the proxy war against Russia from United States to its European vassal states. And this is what they mean when they say, they need to shoulder more burden. They want it. And on top of that, they want these U.S. client states to shove out more money to buy U.S. weapons. This is why they're pushing, for the 5% defense spending, 5% GDP defense spending for NATO countries, and they're pushing the same on Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. It's like KJ said, this is nothing new. This is just they're trying to seek more opportunity for the U.S. military industrial complex, while shying away from quote unquote responsibilities, which is direct U.S. involvement. This is outsourcing the empire. And what interesting thing is, I think they are now prioritizing. I mean, I don't think that, like I said, I don't think they gave up the goal of containing China and Russia, except right now after they realize China hold the upper hand in rare earth supply chain. This is why they're now prioritizing the supply, to shore up the U.S. economic position. This is why that clause has now moved above containing China and maintaining a free Indo-Pacific, because they realize if they can't fix the supply chain issue for the U.S. military-industrial complex, there's really nothing they can do to confront China. You can't confront China when your military depends on components and critical resources coming from China. So now they're trying to do a military-industrial complex decoupling from the Chinese supply chain. That's what they're working on. That's why they're focusing on building addressing the domestic supply chain vulnerability. So they're trying to address the rare earth supply issues before they can, finally get to the big confrontation with China. So I think this is what's going on.
Well, KJ, let's take a look inside some of this. First, there is here reestablishing conditions of stability within Europe and strategic stability with Russia as major points here of what many are saying is a shift in how the U.S. deals with Russia, essentially wanting a cessation of hostilities and maybe even normalizing ties. But you pointed out to me before the show that there's a major section here within Asia, win the economic future and prevent military confrontation, saying to thrive at home, we must successfully compete there, aka the Indo-Pacific, quote unquote, and we are. Talk about what you think this means, because there's a lot here, and there's a lot of emphasis on economics and almost an acknowledgement that the U.S. is not, in fact, as strong as it makes it itself out to be, or maybe should be. Oh, sorry, KJ, you're muted.
We have
Continue.
to look at the contradictions in the document. One way I invite people to read this is that when you are doing programming, there's this thing called code, which actually makes things happen. And there's stuff called remarks, which you can put in comments. You can put in anything you want to. Remarks are supposed to explain what the code is doing, but they may or may not. But regardless of the point, code is what makes things happen. And remarks are simply ancillary, comments. And so you have to distinguish the code from the remarks. And clearly, there's a lot of stuff which is simply code. It's boilerplate stuff that they always put in. This is the gifts for on the Christmas tree. Something for everybody. But if you dial down into the code, if you dial down, and you'll see this because there are core contradictions. is that the United States it considers itself to have a defense perimeter that encompasses the Pacific. It specifically talks about defending the first island chain, controlling the first island chain. And it's very, very concrete and very specific about how it will continue to do that. And it talks about why Taiwan Island is so important strategically and geostrategically and economically. All of that is laid out. And so we have to understand that regardless of what looks like retreat or isolationism or anything like that, is simply resequencing, and it's a division of labor, and it's a strategic sequencing that they're reconsidering. That is what is going on right now. Just, kind of a, side comment is, when they talk about maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific, again, we have to remind our audience, if they're not already aware of it, is that most of the trade going through the South China Sea is either going to or from China. There is no reason for the United States to militarize the area in order to protect trade that is going to China or from China. So in itself, it is an absurd notion. But what we can understand here is that what is being put forth is a kind of offensive/defensive realist position, stripped free of the kind of liberal internationalism that characterized previous NSS. For example, the 2022, that was all about liberal internationalism and making sure the international order was not being overrun by authoritarians and maintaining democracy. That language has been stripped out, and thank goodness, because it was so hypocritical and nauseating. But instead, they're talking in a certain kind of realist, cold, hard language, and it still has some of the kind of flowery, ponies and unicorns and bread and roses for everybody, as well as clearly strong pretensions to supremacy and primacy. People think that this is a kind of retreat from primacy towards prioritization or restraining. It's not. It still has the same primacist conceits, and you can see it in the language all the way across. The strongest economy, the most robust industrial base, the most advanced science and tech, unrivaled soft power, etc. It just goes on and on. So that primacist Wolfowitz mindset is still there.
Yeah, and it certainly is a rebranding, and I think that's why it's so important that you say, KJ, that you have to read it very carefully. You have to read the contradictions, because there's a lot of branding in there that would contradict exactly that. But when both are present, when the contradictions are present together, we have to determine what is actually most important. It's actually what's so incredible here. This is what I think is, Carl, something to look out for when you talk about contradictions. Predisposition to non-interventionism, where it says that America's founders laid a clear preference for non-interventionism in the affairs of other nations and made the clear basis that just as human beings possess God-given equal natural rights, all nations are entitled by the laws of nature and in nature's God to a separate and equal station with respect to one another. For a country, though, whose interests are as numerous and diverse as ours, rigid adherence to non-interventionism is not possible. Yet this predisposition should set a high bar for what constitutes justified intervention. And Carl, I mean, during the Obama administration, when he first came in 2008, he said, "I'm not for dumb wars. I oppose dumb wars." And then what did we get? We got more wars. We got smart wars. So, Carl, this feels a lot like that kind of moment, a total rebrand. What say you, and what's your assessment of this?
Exactly. I mean, they're right now, I like the term KJ is using, strategic sequencing. They're now saying, okay, let's focus on homeland security, borders, Western Hemisphere, which really ties up to the same thing, which is the Neo-Monroe Doctrine, to shore up U.S. position in its own hemisphere. Number 3 is economic security, reindustrialization, supply chain. Now, the reason they put that there, this is again the recent Trump defeat in the trade war, because China holds the upper hand in the supply chain. So they want to address all the domestic U.S. vulnerability first. Before they realize they need to do that before they can really confront China. So this is why China and Indo-Pacific is put on a to-do list, but on the bottom of the list, on number 4. And this is just to do imperialism, but smarter. This is something what Professor John Mearsheimer has always advocated. U.S. should make up with Russia to refocus on China, but they realize that to refocus on China, they have to go maybe not the direct route. They have to refocus on China by enforce U.S. domination in its own neighborhood, and places like Africa before they can confront China head on. And another thing they're mentioning about first island chain is they want the nations of the first island chain to pay up. Whether it's government of Japan, Korea, or Taiwan, they want these countries to continue to plow billions of dollars to buy outdated, expensive American weapon systems. But that's basically more of the same, because a lot of this is just a grid for the U.S. military-industrial complex to stir up the tension, so they can keep on recycle back the dollar surpluses from Japan, from Korea, from Taiwan back to the pockets of the U.S. arms manufacturers.
Mm. Yeah, and KJ, I want to pull up what has been said since the release of the National Security Strategy. Pete Hegseth spoke at the Reagan Foundation at the Residential Library. Here is what he said, and I think it speaks to those contradictions.
As a result, the war focus. As a result, the War Department will not be distracted by democracy building, interventionism, undefined wars, regime change, climate change, woke moralizing, and feckless nation building. We will instead put our nation's practical, concrete interests first. We will deter war. We will advance our interests. We will defend our people. Peace is our goal. And in service of that objective, we will always be ready to fight and win decisively if called upon. As part of this mission, we are asking American taxpayers to fund the world's greatest military. We're asking mothers and fathers across America to trust us with their most precious resource, their sons and daughters.
So there you have it. Trust us. And where have we heard this before, KJ? It sounds very familiar. But to you, talk about your reaction to what's been said since then here.
Well, what he talks about, and it's a common theme, peace through strength, is actually it's the neo-realist. It's offensive neo-realism. It's John Mearsheimer's theory of international affairs. Essentially, the global system is anarchic. There is no Leviathan controlling it. States are the primary agents. States are self-interested, and you can never be sure of the intentions of other states. Therefore, and this is the difference between offensive and defensive realism, is that you have to maximize power. In other words, by becoming maximally powerful, becoming more powerful than all the other states, this is how you create stability. This is the notion of peace through strength. So he's simply elucidated John Mearsheimer's offensive realism. And essentially what this does is that it turns the entire planet into an armed madhouse. which is what is going on right now, especially in the Pacific. But because of this, we are facing serious contradictions inside, the domestic affairs. We are no longer able to have a standard of living that is commensurate with, the GDP of the country. But we also have to understand this is the logic of empire. The US is an empire. The carnivore is not going to become a vegetarian regardless of what it says. And it needs fresh blood. It needs to constantly expand. It needs to control the planet. And this is simply the most recent, exposition of this take. The U.S. is an empire. The national security strategy is the business plan of the empire. And Pete Hegseth is simply pointing out, we are going to keep the empire going as we see fit and as is necessary, and we cannot dial back from that. The empire is reliant on extraction from the periphery. It has to continually be extracting from the periphery, and it also has to dominate the periphery. And everything else is ancillary to that. The quote unquote allies are simply vassals, and they are all having, this is essentially they're having their rents hiked. And the message from the slumlord is all of you are going to have to pay more rent. And the reason for that is because we own you and we own your countries. Everybody be ready to pay up.
Carl, to you, your reaction to Hegseth, anything that KJ said.
Yeah, I think KJ has summarized pretty well. What I did notice is they're talking about, when they're talking about building focusing on the economic aspect, they're actually talking about building an economic coalition against China. So they pose that as part of building U.S. economic security. It's not just reindustrialization, supply chain. It's actually building an economic coalition of the willing against China. But this is the contradiction comes from, because Trump at the same time, he's slapping tariffs left and right against these so-called partner countries. Japan in particular is under great intense pressure right now because Japan's economy depend large part on export to markets like the United States. Yet it's expected to take on the brunt of confronting China in Indo-Pacific at the same time when U.S. is putting a lot of economic pressure on Japan. So I don't know how that it's actually going to work out in the long term, because there's a lot of realist impulse in this document. But in practice, Trump administration often throw out very contradictory policies that actually sabotage its goals. So I'm taking a wait and see approach to see how this can actually be implemented. Like KJ pointed out, this is just code commentary. This is not even the actual the policy that's actually been put in place in the ground. So I'm always taking the wait and see approach.
Yeah, on the one hand, there is a definite, because as you said earlier, Carl, Ukraine, that is a defeat. The trade war with China, that is a defeat. There is real reason for the U.S. as an empire to lick its wounds and figure out other ways of doing things. But I think the most important element for me is that what is the United States empire doing to continue its overall agenda and to meet its interests, which have to be defined. And I think they are being defined. Not everyone is against this national security strategy in the neocon think tankistan and those elites who really dictate policy. Here on Fox News, I'm going to play this for you and you can comment, KJ. The war buildup to Venezuela, I think, is a good example of this. And the CSIS, the Center for Strategic International Studies, funded by the U.S. government, had this to say about it.
Why is this important?
Oh, sorry. Hold on one second. StreamYard. Here we go.
America. That's not to reject the idea that it is important, and it's certainly not a defense of Venezuela. But when we're talking about marshaling American forces, American money, potentially danger to Americans, why is it important for us to change Venezuela?
Well, I think that this cuts to the heart of President Trump's agenda in Latin America. The priorities, as I see it, are threefold. First, migration. Second, drugs. And third, China, and to a lesser extent, Russia. In Venezuela, you have all three of those issues present, and all three of those issues present in a major way. I think that's why the focus has been so intently on Maduro, the opportunities that he provides for China and Russia to project power just 600 miles from the U.S. homeland, the regime's participation in drug trafficking, which kills Americans, and the 8 million Venezuelans who have left that country because of ruinous economic policies. I think this hits on all of the issues that the president cares so much about, and why.
So, I mean, KJ, a lot of the emphasis there was on the so-called power projection of China and, to a lesser extent, Russia, in CSIS's own words. This organization is funded by the biggest weapons contractors, KJ. Talk about what matters here. How does this relate to how we should be looking at this national security strategy?
Yeah, CSIS is one of the deep state think tanks. It's, kind of the heart of the deep state. It was originally founded by Henry Kissinger. And if you went to their, their website many years ago, you would see that they would, state that their objective was to maintain U.S. supremacy. They've removed that because it's kind of embarrassing. But they are a U.S. supremacist think tank. And of course, they're extremely hawkish. We can see here that this is the work of Marco Rubio in the national security strategy. You can see different portions that relate to different members of Trump's cabinet, but this is the Marco Rubio section. And of course, it is all about taking down Venezuela. It is all about, creating this pretext about narcotics, which of course is not true. Venezuela, is not a player in the field of narcotics. If there is one country in the Americas which is responsible for proliferation of narcotics, it is actually the United States. Going back to, the Air America, Myanmar, the Golden Triangle, all of that, and Iran-Contra. The U.S. has a long history of trafficking in narcotics and using them to fund its dirty wars and to do its dirty work, and now to use it as a pretext, as it has many times before in the past, as a way of waging war against a country. This is the new WMD excuse. But the other piece that's thrown in there is about migration. And once again, let's think about migration. Why is migration a threat? Well, actually, the empire and capitalist empires in general, they have a very fluid relationship with immigration. They want migrants to come in so that they can discipline and undercut the power of labor in their domestic countries. So they let that happen, and then from time to time they kick them out, and they use this as a kind of a valve that they open and close on various occasions in order to discipline and control the labor market. It's a very, very deliberate thing. And also at the same time, they're using immigrants as a scapegoat for the failures of capitalism. The kind of contradictions and immiseration that we're seeing all across the United States and in Europe have to do with the failures of capitalism itself. And the Trump administration wants to blame immigrants. They are the most convenient scapegoat, and literally like a scapegoat, you chase them out of the city walls and you slaughter them. That is the idea. So this is just more of the same. It's the logic of capital and the projection of the need to disown the failures of capital that are being projected onto immigrants as scapegoats. And not to mention the fact that many of the immigrants in Europe, for example, are refugees from US imperial wars. And so all of this kind of ugly, dirty, mess is simply being victim blamed back onto the people who have suffered most from capitalism. And then we're also throwing in China. Certainly, they do not want Venezuela to be part of the Belt and Road, which has been salutary for all Latin American countries and certainly for most of the global South. They want to make sure that the Belt and Road does not get any traction, but certainly not in the US's backyard, which the US considers to be, its colonial territory. It will not tolerate that. And so it wants to undercut Venezuela. It also has to do with the fact of controlling fossil fuels as they relate to the petrodollar. Trump has made it very clear he wants to ensure the continuity and the strength of the dollar as the US global currency, as the US global reserve currency. And he wants to make sure that any challenges to that in terms of, alternate fossil fuel tracks and the support and the relationship between Venezuela's oil and Russia's oil and China's energy needs are severed and damaged to the greatest extent possible. So hence we see this massive escalation against Venezuela and this kind of consolidation, this kind of fortress consolidation of power inside the Western Hemisphere, despite the fact that the US still considers the entire Pacific to be its strategic defensive perimeter.
Yeah, Carl, the contradiction is absolutely out of this world when it comes to wanting to quote unquote stop migration and yet also wanting to very openly to conduct regime change in Venezuela, which already with the sanctions has caused a pretty big migration crisis. A war would definitely worsen that. But maybe you can talk about too the relationship with China and to an extent Russia that keeps on coming up when it comes to this war on Venezuela. It seems like the Monroe Doctrine for the Trump administration now is really a doctrine to prevent Russia and China from doing any business in Latin America, in the region. Your thoughts?
Well, the first Monroe Doctrine was to reserve the Americas, the West Hemisphere, for United States, to keep the European powers out. What I did agree with KJ is there's a heavy domestic component of the U.S. foreign policy. Like this whole regime change, Venezuela is Marco Rubio's baby. And Marco Rubio has always been a hardcore anti-communist, and he's an establishment neocon. He is a neocon. He's not reconstructed or reformed. He's just a traditional establishment neocon. And now he's been put in charge of U.S. foreign policy. And Marco Rubio himself also has, presidential aspiration. He ran for president before, and it's very likely he will try to run again, in 2028. In a way, he's building his portfolio right now. This is his chance to build his legacy, build his portfolio for his future presidential run. And yes, there's contradiction about wanting to stop migration, yet wage war on Venezuela, but that's all immaterial to presidential ambition of Marco Rubio. For him, the important part is to overthrow left-wing governments in Latin America. And as for Russia and China, in many ways, it's just an excuse for U.S. to go in there and carry out its aggression against Venezuela, because the Chinese involvement in Venezuela is mostly economic. China is the largest importer of Venezuelan oil exports. Now, this is a case where U.S. do want to be able to monopolize oil resources of Venezuela. Venezuela being has the world's largest reserve of oil, but Venezuela produce a particular type of oil, the heavy crude oil with high sulfur content. Now, traditionally, the American refineries in the southern rim of United States, particularly around the Gulf of Mexico, they are built to take those heavy crude and process them into petrochemical products. So Venezuelan oil is perfect for that. This is why even during this heightened tension, Trump still gave a waiver to Chevron to continue to ship oil from Venezuela to refineries in southern United States to process. You know what U.S. What U.S. is doing currently. They after the shale quote unquote revolution, when they start fracking, they produce a lot of oil, but they produce the light sweet oil with very low sulfur content, and those are not suited for the existing refinery in southern United States. So what U.S. do is they actually export those light sweet oil, and they import Venezuelan heavy crude for process in its own refinery. So when China moves in and start to take a large chunk of Venezuelan oil export, for United States, that's viewed as, okay, you are taking this black gold from our neighborhood, from our backyard. So this is economic argument, but largely this is really just an excuse, for this very naked resource grab in Latin America. This is not just about Venezuela. This is going to affect the whole Caribbean. Venezuela, Trinidad, all the Caribbean basin will be affected because they also share oil and gas resources in the Caribbean. So as much as Venezuela has strong relationship with China and Russia, for the U.S. imperialists, this is just provide the perfect excuse, because another thing China is done is it's investing in Venezuela's aging oil infrastructure. But traditionally, before the Bolivarian Revolution, Venezuela depended on foreign oil company, particularly American big oil, to come in and to help service their oil infrastructure. Now, China, so Venezuela for a long time, they're exporting crude oil, but they have to import petrochemical products because they didn't possess their own refinery to process their own crude. So they're acting as like the like a typical third world country commodity producer. They're exporting raw commodities and receiving manufactured goods. What China is helping Venezuela to do right now is trying to build up refinery inside Venezuela, so the crude doesn't have to leave Venezuela, but to be processed into petrochemical products that Venezuelans will need. And this is eating into the cake of American big oil. And big oil is one of the biggest backers of Trump. This is another reason Trump is saying, screw alternative energy. We're just going to go 100% to hydrocarbon, drill, baby, drill, because he knows who is his base. His base is big oil. That Trump's administration is throwing their lot 100% with the big oil. So this is about oil. This is about resources. This is also about keeping China and Russia out. I think it's more like a bonus, but it's more an excuse for them to carry out this aggression.
Yeah, what do you think, KJ? Because there's even prominent neocon warmongers who never really oppose war, who are very concerned about this potential, what is likely to be at least some kind of U.S. intervention, a deeper war on Venezuela. What do you think what Carl said, and why is there concerns about this, despite the fact that there's alignment, as we saw with CSIS, on some of these major points?
Yeah, well, before I get to that, I agree with Carl that you can see the workings of the capitalist elites. And certainly big oil has had a strong hand in this. And the other elites that you can see have done their lobbying for this document are the tech bro elite, the tech bro carpetbaggers who want to profit from war. And they want their digital Wolfowitz doctrine. So we're talking about Eric Schmidt, Palantir, all of these, AI tech bros. They want to control the internet. They want to make sure that the national security strategy reflects their intention to control the internet and the entire global information sphere for themselves. And that, again, is explicitly written into the national security strategy. So the digital Wolfowitz doctrine is clearly resurging here. But the other question that you ask regarding, why are the neocons concerned about war with Venezuela? There are different factions of the neocon elite, and some of them they're pulling in different directions. They are uncertain. I mean, what they do know is that US is in serious trouble. It cannot maintain a protracted war anywhere. It certainly cannot maintain a protracted war with Russia, certainly cannot maintain a protracted war with China over Taiwan Island. Recent estimates have shown that if they went to war, they would run out of missiles in about 1 week. And they still want the United States to focus on China. They're afraid that if it gets distracted in yet another unwinnable war in Venezuela, and Venezuela is an immense country that has both mountains and jungles. The US never does well in mountain warfare or in jungle warfare, as you can tell from Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, and Vietnam. And so they're concerned that this is going to be yet another quagmire that the US will sink into. And they want a rapid pivot to war with China. But of course, that is even more unreasonable. It just speaks to the kind of irrationality. It's one kind of irrationality versus another. But you have the neocons that are hot about a war with Russia. You have the neocons that want immediate pivot to war with China. This is the CNAS crew that are still very, very influential. And then you have others that are, concerned about their own particular interests. So competing factions inside the ruling imperial elite are starting to come to grips with the fact that the US is not capable of waging 2-front, 3-front, 4-front war with superpowers, and yet they still want it all. They're still incapable of coming fully to grips with reality. As the neocons said, Karl Rove is the purported author of this, is that we are an empire now. We create our own reality. The rest of you can just suck it up and study it. There's still neocons that subscribe to that belief.
Carl, can you comment on this notion that we've heard so many contradictions? You made the point that fear-mongering about Russia and China is a lot about just justifying U.S. interventionism as exactly as you laid out earlier about the Monroe Doctrine, justifying bigger U.S. presence, a more devastating U.S. war assault on Venezuela. But then there's also those who have said that Russia and China have abandoned Venezuela, when, from my estimation, my assessment, Venezuela would have a really difficult time if it were all by itself without any economic and military partnership with China and Russia. What do you say to this in terms of these narratives that we hear, and comment on what KJ said about the difficulties of this potential war for the U.S.?
Well, first of all, China is sustaining the Venezuelan economy now, being the largest buyer of Venezuelan oil export. So people keep in mind that is a real material support, very real material support that keeping Venezuelan economy afloat. And one of the angle for U.S. plan for Venezuela has always been regime change. This is the logic of sanction. They sanction a country to trigger economic collapse, and the United States has been trying to do this to Venezuela for decades now, ever since Hugo Chavez came to power. And Chinese buying Venezuelan oil is sustaining the Venezuelan economy in the face of stringent U.S. sanction. And, a lot of people are expecting, China and Russia to, go harder, go aggressive, to fight a World War III with the United States. That's just not realistic, right? I mean, for anything, China and Russia, they want to calm the waters. They don't want to trigger a World War III. And so I don't know. Like, I think there are too much expectations from the people who feel hopeless, especially people who live in the imperial core, who are themselves hopeless to change the foreign policy of their own countries. So they kind of, project their hopes and dreams onto others like China and Russia, and then they get disappointed when China and Russia don't do what they want China and Russia to do. That's just very naive way of looking at the geopolitics. And I don't pay too much attention to those criticisms. Venezuela, they do have Russian military hardware. At this particular juncture, even if China and Russia were to rush more military equipment to Venezuela, it would not be timely enough, because then you will need to train people, personnel to be able to familiarize with weapons. Those trainings will take years. This is, both China and Russia have made very clear statement that they oppose unilateral U.S. actions, U.S. aggression toward Venezuela. And so far, it's not exactly clear that U.S. is signing on for a boots on the ground invasion. Actually, I don't think that's in the cards. I think U.S. is still playing up the theater of intimidation, trying to force a change domestically inside Venezuela. I call this doing regime change on the cheap. They have always tried this, by the way. They have sponsored coup. They have tried to sponsor opposition figures like Juan Guaido in the past, and now Machado. And they're trying to apply maximum pressure, hoping the Venezuelan society will crack internally. And then, they may be causing a civil war. This is like the Libyan model. So they might even go as far as launching a couple bombing runs, like what they did in Libya, to cause panic and then to support opposition to overthrow the Venezuelan government. In this case, there's limited thing that China and Russia could do. If U.S. was just doing this show of intimidation in hope of Venezuelan society to crack, it's really up to the Venezuelan government. So far the solidarity of Venezuelan people have held up. So I'm cautiously optimistic about the immediate future.
Yeah. Your thoughts, KJ, before we move on this, with anything Carl said, and same question to you.
I agree with Carl. Time is on the side of the multipolar world. U.S. is facing a serious crisis of capitalism, but more than that, it has come to the understanding that industrial capacity matters. It's certainly in the case of industrial war, such as in the Ukraine-Russia war, industrial capacity matters, and especially in the matter of rare earth elements. Rare earth elements are critical for military prowess, and after China restricted rare earth elements, they understood that it does not have, or it really has difficulties reindustrializing, and it really will have difficulties building up rare earth element processing capacities. China has built this up over a 50-year period, and the US is not going to do that in 5 years, let alone 2 or 3. It has already de-skilled its workforce, and it has already deindustrialized. And its ruling elite can only think in profit maximizing short-term rentier extractive terms. And so the US is facing a serious crisis or a dilemma, and time is on the side of the global South. So the Chinese, what they want to do is they want to avoid getting into a kinetic war. They understand that it's simply a matter of continuing to do what they are doing, continuing to build out their alliances, build out the economic alliances of the global South through the Belt and Road and through BRICS. And they do not want what the US wants, which is a quick and dirty gambit that pulls them into a kinetic war that weakens both the state that they're trying to undermine, in this case, Venezuela, and China itself. So I don't think that's going to happen. But what is going to happen is China is going to continue to give economic support, certainly political support. And if the US is foolish enough to get into a war with Venezuela with boots on the ground, which I agree with Carl, seems unlikely, but if they actually put boots on the ground, it is going to be Iraq and Vietnam all over again, something that ostensibly they say in this national security strategy that they don't want, but that will be like that, but certainly much, much worse, because we have seen that the US counterinsurgency strategy does not work, certainly didn't work over 2 decades in Iraq and Afghanistan. And now we're seeing that with the development of electronic warfare jamming capacities, which are now becoming normalized for even small wars, it is going to be a much, much harder haul than the US has had before. It will not have the kind of open, capacity to bomb, poor, impoverished peasants at will. It will find that it is being resisted on multiple fronts, and that the electronic spectrum is contested in all domains. And they will find that they have a much, much harder fight than they have ever had, certainly much harder than Afghanistan, certainly much harder than they had in Vietnam, which were both drubbings, serious losses for the US.
Yeah. I mean, the talk about contradictions, the idea that the U.S. would do a Vietnam or Iraq-style intervention at the same time that it releases a so-called strategy that claims to want to do the exact opposite. And I maybe Carl, I'm wrong, but I'm old enough to remember the Bush administration and then even Obama after. But the Bush administration had a really difficult time, and at the same time had a lot more effective, in my opinion, politicians, elites. Obama had very effective elites around him and himself to get through this. I'm not so confident that's where some of my cautious optimism is. Similar to Iran, I'm not so confident that the Trump administration has that level of stability and that level of legitimacy to pull something like this off. But I could be wrong. I don't know. What do you think, Carl?
Well, I mean, you have to remember Bush, that was 25 years ago. And that's like 25 years of deindustrialization years ago. I mean, it has been 2 decades. Since then, it has been 2 additional decades of deindustrialization in the United States. Right now, U.S. are losing aircrafts in South China Sea before China even fired a shot. They have some serious issues. The U.S. the whole lack of human capital, lack of investment in the domestic infrastructure is already now impacting the U.S. military-industrial complex. The Navy, they couldn't find enough people to staff their ship. They couldn't build their ships fast enough. So United States have facing serious resource constraint and very serious structural problems. So this is why I'm long-term optimistic, because the U.S. decline will continue. I mean, it is a big problem for countries like Venezuela to face right now. but I think as long as Venezuela can have its social cohesion, hold together long enough, they can wait U.S. out.
And that brings me, gentlemen, to one of the final topics I wanted to discuss today, which is this ongoing China-Japan row, because I think it reflects a lot of everything that you just laid out, Carl, and to an extent what you were talking about, KJ, throughout this program. So, as you may know, Japan has accused China of locking its radar, its J-15 radar, on Japanese aircraft. And this comes amid lots of tensions, not just between China and Japan over Takaichi's comments on Taiwan and her ongoing wishy-washiness around this that has greatly offended China, but also Donald Trump first calling Takaichi, saying, "Cool it," some weeks ago. And then now it's being said that Japan is frustrated with Donald Trump for the administration's silence over this row. Japan is asking the U.S. to be more vocal in its support after Beijing has reacted furiously to her comments about Taiwan. So, KJ, how about we start with you? What's your reaction to all of this? Because this is a row that is not going away, and it is becoming more and more tense, especially on the military front, and especially the diplomatic fronts. What's your take?
Well, I think the most important thing to understand is Japan is a U.S. proxy. The Liberal Democratic Party of Japan exists only by virtue of being constructed by the United States. It was put together from the unrepentant militarists, the military industrialists, and organized crime. It was put together by the CIA, and they have held one-party control over Japanese politics for almost since the 1950s, except for an eight-month period, which was minor aberrations. They are one-party rule. They were put into power by the United States. They do the bidding of the United States. And Takaichi is the most extreme far-right fascist faction of the LDP. This is the Nippon Kaigi Seiwa faction that wants to remilitarize and reinstitute the Japanese monarchy, essentially the Japanese imperium, and to dominate Asia as they did prior to World War II. So inside that context, Japan is functioning as a U.S. subcontractor, an imperial subcontractor proxy for the United States. If it says anything, if it does anything, it is saying out loud what the United States is thinking. And so there has been this kind of overt row that has been brewing. China has sent very, very strong messages to Japan, telling them to knock it off, and that if it has aggressive designs against China, which that statement that it would see a Taiwan contingency as a Japan contingency, that it would see that as a survival threatening situation. This is coded language. This is what Japan has always used when it goes to war, certainly against China. It used the same language, survival threatening situation, in 1894 when it took Taiwan. It used the same language in 1931 when it invaded northern China. It used the same language in 1937, used the same language in 1941. This is the language that it uses when it goes to war. And Shinzo Abe, who was the mentor to Sanae Takaichi, wrote into the Japanese legislature the 2015 law that says that survival threatening situation authorizes aggressive war. That is to say, he completely gutted Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution, which Japan is only supposed to engage in self-defense. This is the clause that allows expeditionary war. And Sanae Takaichi has connected that clause with war against China over Taiwan, which is China's sovereign territory. China doing sovereign things inside its sovereign territory is not a cause for Japan to get involved or to call it a survival threatening situation, which is what Takaichi did. And so China now is escalating, sending strong messages to Japan. Don't get involved in our internal affairs. Don't get involved in war of aggression against us, because the last time that happened, you got away with killing off 35 million Chinese. This time, it's not going to be so easy. So strong signals are being sent to China. And of course, Japan wants the United States to back it up, because this was a little bit of a gaffe. I don't think they wanted to show their cards so soon. But at the same time, the United States is facing a contradiction right now. The contradiction is that it absolutely needs Chinese supply chains. It absolutely needs Chinese rare earth elements in order to wage war against China. The Chinese are wise to this, but they don't want a near-death experience like they had, a few weeks ago with, for example, with, Nexperia. And these supply chains, as I said, are irreplaceable, at least over the next few decades. And so the US doesn't want the dependency. It wants to decouple. It wants to nearshore, friendshore, reshore all these critical supply chains, but it can't do that yet. These are impossible tasks. The machinery and patents for rare earth elements are all Chinese. The US cannot reindustrialize to the degree necessary. And the US allies are also dependent on China for their own supply chain. So any friendshoring is actually the Chinese supply chain, which is being disguised as allies' work. So these contradictions are irresolvable. The US needs to make nice with China until it can resolve this irresolvable contradiction. And in the meantime, Sanae Takaichi has gotten too high on her high horse and kind of, let the cat out of the bag. And the US is not backing up Japan, even though it has plans to use Japan as its agent for war. That's why the US is preparing a joint command between Japan and the United States, just as it has a joint command between US and Korea. It wants Japan as a proxy. It wants empire on the cheap. It wants Japan to do its dirty work, but it's also slapping it down because it got a little bit too forward. And that is the Japanese militarist, imperialist, Nippon Kaigi faction speaking out of turn. It is supposed to be serving the table. It does not have a place on the table. And when it does, it gets slapped down.
Yeah, Takaichi is something else. I know you saw Carl, I'm sure, going around social media when she was speaking, I think, to Gulf investors and quoting anime, literally quoting anime, say Attack on Titan, which actually has heavy fascist references, honestly. Shut up and invest everything in me. But China is not happy. It doesn't even matter that Takaichi has said that she reaffirms the stance. In fact, China rejected this, and their foreign ministry spokesperson wants her to articulate what actually is stated in the 1972 Sino-Japanese joint statement. So, Carl, you are a history buff. How did it get here, and why is this getting so tense so quickly?
Well, first of all, it's totally unnecessary. Takaichi decided to poke the hornet's nest. She wanted to poke the bear, and I think Japan has, as KJ has pointed out, has been a U.S. client state. A frontier post in Western Pacific, but in a way, not dissimilar from the roles of countries in EU. They perform a similar role. Yet, when U.S. want to, at this point, U.S. interest is to offsource more of this imperial project to its vassals in Japan and EU. But at the same time, it wants to fix other issues like he considered more important, like laid out in the national security document, that he wants to fix its supply chain vulnerability vis-a-vis China. It wants to shore up its position in West Hemisphere, vis-a-vis Venezuela. So it has, from perspective with Japan and Europe, they see this as a pivoting away from their theater. And they are the ones that are gonna left with holding the bag of confronting the big Russian bear or the angry Chinese dragon. So Takaichi, in essence, is doing this to intentionally stir up the hornet's nest, as a cry for help, to drag the United States back in. It's like, no, you cannot deprioritize us. You cannot deprioritize the Japan-U.S. security agreement. You gotta be here to back us up versus China. But even though U.S. hasn't given up on the goal of containing China, it needs Japan to do that. As KJ pointed out, it didn't need Japan to be so forward at this particular juncture when U.S. is trying to, prioritizing other things of its imperial project. This is why, Donald Trump reportedly called Takaichi and tell her to cool it. And this is why Japan is angry. They're not getting the backing they were hoping for from the United States. Now, Takaichi did this also to shore up his own domestic standing in Japan, because he knows this will evoke intense criticism from China by stepping on China's reddest red line. And that could ricochet back to Japan to spark even upsurge of the Japanese nationalism, which then will boost his domestic standing as a politician who can be tough on China. We actually saw her popularity soar temporarily in Japan. This was part of the playbook, because Japan is facing serious economic headwind right now. The Japanese economy is quietly imploding. The bond interest rate has gone up. For decades, the Japanese central bank has printed tons of money to do the cash infusion to keep the Japanese economy afloat. But now, finally, the investors are rebelling. They're like, okay, if you continue to expect us to buy Japanese government debt, we need expect some return. So this is why the Japanese bond interest rate has been going up. This is going to have a huge ripple effect across Japan, but also, going to spill over into the U.S. Asset market, because a lot of the Wall Street types have, for decades, been borrowing tons of Japanese yen to invest in higher yield asset in American stock market and bond market. And the unwinding of the yen carry trade is going to have serious whiplash effect. So Takaichi is facing, she is not fixing the flagging economy is hard. It's much easier to do grandstanding. This is the problem with a lot of the politicians in the so-called developed world. Rather than doing the hard work of fixing structural problems that can allow your economy to grow again, let's redirect the public attention. Let's stir up tension that will shore up our own public standing. We can do that as simple as making a provocative statement. And for decades that has worked, because China, they did not expect China to retaliate. They thought they could get this popularity boost for free. But China in 2025 is not China of yesterday. Now, China do have a lot of cards on the table. China could already, their immediate hit of Japanese economic sector is tourism. Chinese tourists make up the largest group of tourists that come to Japan, and tourism is 7% of the Japanese economy. That took an immediate hit. And this is even before China to activate its grip on the rare earth supply chain yet. If China cuts off the rare earth supply chain to Japan, that will ground all the advanced manufacturing in Japan to a ground still. Those are the things that China, if China chooses to, could exercise. This is why the Japanese government is now trying to backpedal But still, they're using language that kind of, by saying, oh, Japan, because of the San Francisco Treaty, Japan is not in a position to decide on the status of Taiwan, which is completely bogus because, the San Francisco Treaty was structured by the United States to explicitly exclude both governments of China, both the communist government and the KMT government, and also Korea. So Korea and China were excluded from the Treaty of San Francisco to settle World War II, and this had, whereas when Japan and China formally established normalized their tie in 1972, they both sides agree on the one China principle, which is that Taiwan is a part of China, and the only legitimate representative of all of China is the government in Beijing. This is the same principle that's underlying the Sino-American relationship, which the U.S. administration have been sabotaging in more recent years. But now, Takaichi made it more explicit by peeling away the strategic ambiguity on the question of Taiwan by saying that Japan will militarily involve. I think she will have to eat some crow, because China is going to make sure they will have to suffer some consequences for this reckless action. From China's perspective, this is a wholly internal Chinese matter. Taiwan is part of China. A Taiwan issue is to be resolved by Chinese people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. For Japan, a former colonial power who was deeply involved in carving Taiwan away from China to saying they're going to send military to Taiwan, this is totally unacceptable. This is why this role has deepened. Japan did this hoping U.S. will come to their to reaffirm their backing of Japan and to drag U.S. back to the to the front line in the Western Pacific. But so far they have failed. And because ultimately Japan is kind of stuck strategically, like EU, they have depending on US for security for so long, and they got very comfortable, and they profited from the post-war order by acting as deputy of the United States in their neighborhood. And now with the US decline, they have not fully made the adjustment. Japan at some point need to make we'll have to come to terms with the fact that they're in fact a East Asian nation, and to make peace with its neighbors, Korea and Japan, and rather to acting as the proxy of U.S. to keep the two other countries down.
Yeah, maybe stop drinking that long shui, that cold water. That would go a long way in embracing their the fact that they're an East Asian nation. KJ, and both of you final comments on this. There's been, Carl, you pointed out a lot of Zionist entity Israeli outlets on X talking about how Japan is going to respond to China's transgressions with its military targeting of things like the Three Gorges Dam, and it's going to be an absolute disaster. I'm curious if you could comment on this, because obviously Japan, with 100 or some odd U.S. Military installations, as well as a renewed commitment to militarism, is obviously an important cog to this renewed and escalating Cold War on China. But KJ, what's your reaction to this, and anything else you want to add to it?
Yeah. First, I'll talk about Sanae Takaichi a little bit more. Sanae Takaichi poses a problem for the United States that all U.S. puppets pose. The U.S. installs these puppets, and it wants people who are stupid enough to follow U.S. dictates, but are smart enough to tactically produce the results that they want. Clearly, she is falling on the stupid end, like Kaja Kallas or Liz Truss. And so she's clearly shown herself to be incredibly foolish, incredibly, way out of her league. And also, you want people who are malleable, but if they're too malleable, they're not aggressive enough. And if they're too aggressive, then sometimes they become a loose cannon. So she falls into that loose cannon category. We've seen this throughout history with American puppets. Syngman Rhee, was a loose cannon. Zelensky is in that loose cannon category. Yoon Suk-yeol was loose cannon. And so Takaichi is also bordering into that loose cannon category. And so the question becomes, is she going to last, or how long is she going to last? And this is always the problem when you have quislings and proxies and puppets. The US always has this problem, and it has to figure out what to do with her. Is it going to cut her loose? Is it going to take her down? Is she going to be replaced? Or are they going to be able to reform her? So we'll see what happens. But my intuition is that she is not for long as the Prime Minister of Japan. I don't think she is going to last long. Certainly she's outlasted Liz Truss, but I think she's still on that same trajectory. Now, regarding Japan and is Japan going to respond? Well, once again, we have to highlight the fact that Japan is a US base, is, as they call it, an unsinkable aircraft carrier. It hosts probably 55,000 troops. There's some of the most powerful force projection platforms in Asia. It has about 70% of its bases on Okinawa, which is about 2% of the territory, but it hosts 70% of US bases. And the US, does atrocious things. Essentially, they run it as their own colony. And of course, there's this continual creep where they're militarizing Okinawa and the island chain closer and closer to Taiwan Island, placing very, very aggressive missiles and missile, defense systems on that island, Yonaguni, for example, and Iwakuni and all the other islands in that chain, closer and closer to China, which signals that they are thinking more and more aggressively about kinetic war. The staging is already happening. And so, it's understandable that, there are people on the left or on the right or on the fake left that are very, very excited that Japan is finally going to take some kind of kinetic measure against China. I don't think it's going to happen yet for the reasons that I've described earlier. Of course, the US wants the burden shifting, it wants the division labor, it wants the cost imposition, it wants Europe to spend 5% of GDP on military, and it wants Japan to move up to 2, and then 3, and then 4 and 5. And it wants all these forced alliances to do the bidding of the United States as proxies. In other words, the US wants empire with all the fixings on the cheap. So that is clearly the larger agenda, but it doesn't want to do it just yet, because as I pointed out, the US is in the process of building out a joint command with Japan, just as it has a joint command with South Korea. Joint command between the United States and another country means US command. Essentially, just as the US has OPCON over South Korean troops, it wants OPCON over Japanese troops. And that process is happening right now, but it's not complete yet. So they don't want Takaichi, and they don't want the Japanese to get too big for their britches and to shoot, to go off before the starting gun goes off. So they're going to pull this back a little bit. They still need to do more preparation. They still need to do more coordination, and they need to get Lee Jae-myung, the president of South Korea, back online. Yoon Suk-yeol was the perfect US sycophant. He was doing everything that US wanted. Yoon Suk-yeol is more of a maverick. He is his own man. He wants to wrest back operational control from the United States. He wants Korean troops back under Korean control and out of US control. And so he's working hard for that. And so the Japan-US-Korea alliance, JACUS, is facing stresses. And without that tight coordination between Japan, Korea, and the United States, any Pacific campaign is not going to be successful. So they want to keep Japan from shooting, shooting off prematurely, and they want to make sure that everything is properly controlled. And this is why they need to, rein Takaichi back in and have a more, measured and systemic escalation rather than, prematurely going off. That's the issue that they're facing right now.
Yeah, Carl, to you, your reactions and thoughts.
I just want to mention that I noticed there's a lot of Zionists, hardcore Zionists, posting really insane tweets to stir up hatred against the Chinese people and China. It's very obvious what they're trying to do. They're trying to distract people from what Israel is currently doing, carrying out an ongoing genocide, and they want to distract people from the influence of the Israeli lobbies, controlling those Western governments. It's like, oh, look over there, look at China. And it's I have to say, it's working. That's why they keep on doing it. But at some point, people got to wise up to this. For me, it was immediately obvious why they're doing this. But you're gonna see a lot more of these kind of internet crazy posts as times goes on, as China continued to rise and the West continued to decline. The only manufacturing of the U.S. is going to lead China is in the manufacturing of the copium. But it is what it is. This is there's not going to be, despite all the rhetorics and the tensions, I don't expect a war in the Western Pacific, because if a war were to happen, it will devastate all the economies. All the economies of East Asia, China, Korea, Japan, etc. This is not in the interest of the people over here. Well, it might be in the interest of the United States, but for majority of the people that in East Asia, people still prefer to go on their business, and I don't see a much chance of a war breaking out. A war will only break out if U.S. really decide to press that button. But I don't think, like KJ pointed out, U.S. has realized at this particular juncture it's not able to do so because of serious resource constraints. So for the short term and intermediate terms, I'm still fairly optimistic about the prospect for peace in this region.
Gentlemen, of KJ, Carl, anything else that you'd want to say before we begin to close out here? Is there anything?
Where were you, in Kuala Lumpur or where?
I was in Kuala Lumpur. I stayed in Kuala Lumpur for 3 months, and then I went to Jakarta, and I was there for 2 months.
Wow.
And so, yeah, in Jakarta, I mean, it could be 11 o'clock at night, and it's like 85 degrees.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. It's
You're
great.
getting around ASEAN.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. As soon as I jump into Kathmandu, the temperature is like 30 degrees less, and it's like, Jesus, what happened? What happened? Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, he is former distinguished visiting professor for government and public policy at College of William and Mary in Virginia. He's also taught 6 years at the University Honors Program at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. He is also, and probably best known, as retired United States Colonel and former Chief of Staff for Secretary of State Colin Powell. So I guess the first thing that I want to hit you on is I'm very curious on your take on what is taking place with Hegseth. You are a military man, or at the very least, you were a military man. You made it up to the rank of colonel. And what we're seeing is effectively the United States Navy murdering random people that it doesn't necessarily know in the Caribbean. And what's wild to me about this, as I pointed out, I sound like a broken record, but I'll say it again. The United States is trying to overthrow the government of Maduro. There's that. And on top of doing that, has decided on a murderous campaign of mass murder in the Caribbean as it's doing so. The media doesn't seem to take issue with that. What the media takes issue with is a double tap, that they hit a boat. The boat wasn't even traveling to America. That was one of the new revelations. 2 people hanging off the side of the boat, waving to try to get help. They wait over 40 minutes and then send another bomb in order to murder those 2 people in the boats. And the media says, well, wait a minute, that's impolite. That's a foul. Give me your take on this as somebody that was in the military. And like, this behavior seems to be way beyond the pale.
It's a war crime. There's no question in my mind it's a war crime. And I haven't even seen the video, but I trust those who've told me what's in the video, both military and otherwise. And this morning, it was summed up in a way that probably needs to get Americans' attention. Heather Cox Richardson starts off her article of yesterday, I think, with a description of what was said on 3 December, as I recall, in a press conference by the President of the United States when asked if he would let that video out. Of course I will. No problem there. And then 5 days later, he's asked by another reporter, you said you would let the video out about the 2 September killing. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And he turned to somebody and said, get rid of that woman. She's a fake news woman or something. This is the President of the United States making a statement on one day that's directly contravened by himself later about this event. So that tells you something about, I think, even his grasp of the seriousness of this. This is a war crime, no question. The only questions are who was involved in it. And that's the debate that's taking place. Was the Secretary of Defense the number 2 in the chain of command for the military underneath the Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump, guilty of giving the direction to go ahead, either by his slang or by direct order? Or, as he has tried to depict, did he push that down to Admiral Bradley, and Admiral Bradley's the scapegoat here? Either way you look at it, though, one of those men is a creator of war crimes, and the top guy who authorized these war crimes, because this isn't the only one, every extracurricular killing on the high seas that's taken place, it's over 80 now, I'm told, is a war crime. This can be tracked right back to my president, George W. Bush. His turning to his adjutant general to give him, which John Yoo and David Addington did produce, a definition of torture whereby he could then authorize human torture at the highest levels in the land, the presidency of the United States, is now being used to authorize so-called national security threat by narco-terrorists. What's the difference between George W. Bush and the global war on terror, and now this extrapolation into a global war, or at least the Caribbean and Pacific Ocean war on narco-terrorists? They're both preposterous constructs. At least Bush had the shadow behind him, if you will, of 3,000 or so Americans who've just been killed. And he had a rage, as he said it in the Oval Office. I've got a rage. He even called some Christians in to assemble around the Oval Office table and convince him that his rage ought to be attenuated somewhat. He had a genuine reason to do what he did. Trump has no more reason than this, Jamal. If we don't get our hands on that 300 billion barrel reserve of Venezuela very quickly, the world is going to move swiftly to denominate in international oil sales in other than the dollar.
Right.
We need that oil to rebuttress our position in the Western Hemisphere with regard to that phenomenon. So that's what we're after there. This is war crimes in an attempt to get oil, and nothing's new there.
Yeah. The other one I want to get to is Zelensky apparently meets with his European, I don't know, mean girl crew. And they Zelensky comes back, has been reported in Washington Post, New York Times, Axios, etc., that Zelensky is saying, no deal. I am not accepting territorial concessions. I'm not accepting a deal. I'm not accepting anything, which is pretty astonishing considering what's happening on the battlefield currently, day by day. Give me your thoughts on this. I mean, is he going to be able to maintain this particular position going forward?
I think not. I think what we're going to see is the elimination of Zelensky, either by the what we used to call the 13-cent solution, although now a bullet costs about $1, or some other method that we don't envision right now that might even be somewhat conducive to the shift of Ukraine from what it has been, which is a criminal state, into a less criminal state, and eventually maybe even into a liberal democracy. It is certainly not that. It hasn't been that. And all the rhetoric that we've put out there from Biden and Blinken and Sullivan and others, that Ukraine is this sort of, free state that's looking to defend itself. And this is not to discount from the bravery of some very courageous young Ukrainians who've been on the battlefield. But basically, it's a corrupt state. It's a criminal state. That's what I pronounced it. That's what Colin Powell pronounced it in 2002 and 2003 when we first started looking at it and trying to figure out how to deal with it. A criminal state. Incidentally, the only other state in the world at that time we couched as a criminal state was North Korea. So Zelensky's going, and he can take his choice. He can get in his Bugatti and try to drive out. He can get in an airplane, of which he has a plenty, and try to fly out to one of his billion-dollar dashes, or he's going to stay around. They're going to get rid of him one way or the other. Maybe even the Nazis might get rid of him because they're growing restless with his attitude too. Mm-hmm. Ukraine needs a new leader, and frankly, Putin and Sergei Lavrov are absolutely right that they cannot negotiate with a man who is unconstitutionally the head of the Ukrainian state. So they need to do it by roughly constitutional processes. They need to have a new election and a new president. He's staying at his peril. I will almost guarantee you that. And Donald Trump is not going to help him and has made that very clear. And the Europeans are angry about that and are trying to foil that. But I'm sorry, they have no money. They have no leadership. They have no wherewithal, defense or otherwise, to do that. So all they can do is play around in the mud. They can make problems, but all they're doing is playing around in the mud that they have created.
Well, there was a leaked conversation where behind the scenes, they were like, they don't trust Donald Trump. They think Donald Trump is going to throw him under the bus. I find the conversation to be warped. I mean, over 1 million Ukrainians are dead. Like the entire premise of the coup that took place in 2014 was throwing Ukraine under the bus, considering all of this was foreseeable. I mean, what is their end game? I mean, certainly, I don't have this belief that they can't see what's happening on the battlefield. I don't believe that for a moment. Their own publications, like the Telegraph, what is it? There's Ziegel or Der Zeit or whatever the name of the publication is in Germany. All of these publications, even in the United States, are reporting the number of desertions, the budget deficit. The ECB just recently came out saying you're not going to take the Russian money. Belgium is not going to give up the Russian money. Like, so, you have a budget deficit. You have a corruption case that has been just roiling Ukraine at this point. The lights are out in Kiev for like 15 hours because of the attacks that have been taking place by the Russians. I think there was like 1,000 drone missile strikes, if not yesterday, the day before yesterday. Ukraine can do nothing about any of this. They're losing territory faster. The Europeans have to see this. What is their end game? Like, what are they seeing that, let's say, the Trump administration, when Trump is like, I want to bring this to a close. What's the difference in these things?
Well, we military individuals with whom I discuss these things sometimes, we have a short description of what's happening right now. It is that the United States is giving weapons that it does not have to the Europeans for money they do not have, who will give them to the Ukrainians for soldiers they do not have. That's how farcical this entire affair is. And to get back to the Europeans in a very significant way, I think, you look at Starmer, you look at Merz, you look at Macron, and you see, as I've said before, dead men walking. They do not represent their people. Increasingly, day by day, that is becoming even more poignant and more true. The Germans, the French, the British, at least in England, maybe I think in Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland as well, do not believe that Starmer's on the right track, nor Merz, nor Macron. And I think that's going to spread to other people, as it has already spread to the Netherlands. You may have noticed they elected an entirely new leader. I think that's going to happen everywhere. You're going to have people that are either like Orbán, for example, in Hungary, or you're going to have people who are somewhere in the middle, but know that their future, politically speaking, is in restoring, not destroying, the very robust social programs that these countries have had until they joined NATO. Because these were the programs that kept their people content, happy. The Danes are often called, for example, the happiest people in the world. They have free education, they have free health care, they have all manner of different kinds of things that pertain to the really luxurious social programs they have that cannot be maintained if they go to these percentages of GDP for defense that their leaders now are claiming they're going to, particularly in Germany. Now, we could have a real problem here. We could have a reversion to a 1930s type Europe where everybody's squabbling and fighting with one another, in the midst of which the machine of Europe grows up again into a very powerful entity, I mean Germany, of course, and becomes a threat. Or we could have a series of leaders who restore these programs, forget about this business of Russia being a major threat to them. It is no threat to them. Putin has said it dozens of times. If Russia is to become a threat to Europe as a whole, it will be because the Europeans forced him to do it. Let me say that again. The only way Russia is going to become an existential threat to Europe as a whole is if Europe forces him to become that. He as much as said that over and over again in English and in Russian. I do not want a war with NATO. I do not want a war with Europe, but I'm prepared. When you get in that position, and he's in that position to a certain extent now by these leaders who are hanging on and making the remarks they're making and doing what they're doing and keeping Donald Trump from shutting this whole thing down. That's what they're trying to do. He's getting into that position with them. And this could take off and be, as we had said all along, a much wider war, first a regional war, and then the question becomes, what does the United States do? You know, if there is a war that develops between the residual European members of NATO and Russia, what does the United States and Canada do? Do they rush in as members of NATO and enter that fray? I think not. So the Europeans need to think twice and thrice about what they're doing right now, because they're foreclosing their future.
But you know, the pressure that will be on America under that model would be astonishing. I mean, you would have Lindsey Graham, all of these members of Congress screaming at the top of their lungs, the blob screaming at the top of their lungs, oh my God, we can't abandon. I mean, think of Ukraine, for example. Donald Trump gets in claiming he had every capability to walk. But because of this, let's say, perception that he would be given up to the Russians, that he would be abandoning Ukraine, et cetera, at least that's what the reporting points out, he doesn't do it. And so the Europeans know that they can go have a conversation with Zelensky because they don't believe that Trump will ultimately walk.
Oh, he will. And look at the strategy they just put out, both the defense strategy and the document that preceded that, which sort of discussed geopolitical, geostrategic issues in general. If you look at that strategy and you look at what Hegseth said about it, however imperfectly he said it, and coming from him, it automatically gains an imperfection because you're looking at the equivalent of a lieutenant telling you about the U.S. strategy. And what that strategy says, it's very carefully hidden if you don't parse it closely. What that strategy says is we are going to stay in the Western Hemisphere and establish a redoubt from which we can respond to China in a fashion that will defeat them. That's what that strategy says. It doesn't say that we're taking on a new color and tint and tone to the way we have practiced our imperial wants since 1945. What it says is we're readjusting those wants to the point where we recognize the number one enemy is China. We recognize they're beating the hell out of us in every category of competition right now, peaceful and warlike. We realize if we went to war with them right now, we would be roundly defeated. So we're coming home, husbanding our strength, building up our wherewithal in our own hemisphere so that we then can launch out and defeat China. Meanwhile, we will stay in the South China Sea, now the busiest commercial part of the oceans of the world in the world. And we will still do our freedom of navigation exercises. And we will also keep the Japanese and the Filipinos and the Australians and anybody else that wants to join in the fray, including Korea and Japan, of course. And we will whoop ass on China when it comes time. That's what that strategy says. And you think Lindsey Graham and some of these other idiots in the Congress are going to object to that when they begin to understand it? They're getting ready to pass $1 trillion plus defense budget. And they're creating $2 trillion in interest payments on our national debt within three to 5 years. So we're looking at disaster all across the horizon, and we're designing a strategy to deal with it, supposedly. I want to see it. I want to see how it happens. I'll probably be dead, but this is no strategy to deal with the problems that are in the world right now. And as I said before, we're looking for that $300 billion or 300 billion barrel reserve in Venezuela, so we can stand off the very successful to this point attempt by the BRICS, but led by China and Russia and India pitching in too, to reestablish the oil markets in the world so that they're not denominated, sales are not denominated in the dollar. That will be a Rubicon for the United States of America. After that, we will have real problems managing an economic downturn of gigantic proportions.
I am glad you mentioned the national security strategy, because a lot of people are describing this as the U.S. re-entrenching, that the U.S. is withdrawing from the world, that the U.S. Has capitulated to Russia and China. I don't get the sense by the way you described it.
No.
That's the way you read that document.
Just a reorientation of what was the strategy before, but very imperfectly executed. And one waits to see if this will be more perfectly executed. I doubt it very seriously, certainly not under Hegseth. I mean, it's like, Jamal, it's like we put a special operator lieutenant in charge of the largest not-for-profit organization on the face of the earth. Uses more oil, for example, than Portugal. This is a conglomerate of massive proportions with $1 trillion plus annually now, and it's being run by a lieutenant.
TV host.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Staring us in the face every day.
But even if it wasn't a lieutenant.
Oh, well, he made it to captain, I think.
Well, okay. Well, even if it wasn't a captain.
Yeah.
Like what does this, let's say, national security strategy give you in regards to, let's say, the Trump doctrine? Let's say this is not the Wolfowitz doctrine. Let's call it the Trump doctrine. How do you view it? I mean, you've already kind of pointed out the point of view of China. What about Russia? What about the Middle East? How do you view, how does it view these other sectors of the globe?
These other theaters will be still active, but they will be theaters that we will, and here I come back to my formulation about Israel, that we hope Israel will be able to handle, for example, in the Levant and Southwest Asia, to include Iran. And in other places, we hope other things will tie up other potential enemies. But let me add, I don't think Donald Trump, and I think he's right about this, I don't think he thinks Russia is an enemy. I think he believes, and I agree with him on this to an extent, that Russia, once energized to have good relations with America again, will be a very productive partner in those relations. And that in the course of doing that, they can at least ensure Russian neutrality, if not actual help, once we eventually take on China. So they've changed that portion of the strategy of Biden and Blinken and Sullivan. They were focused on beating Russia, then going after China. That is a change. We now are focused on China. And that is a proper geostrategic focus. And I'm not inviting war with China by saying that. I'm just recognizing reality. The country in the world that is beating us in almost every factor of national power, economic, political, you name it, military, defense industrial base, Navy, Army, you name it, is China. Now, Russia has become a true competitor in that fray, should it begin, because we've allowed them to battle harden. We've produced a situation in Ukraine that allowed them to have a battle hardened military, probably one of the best in the world right now, with a equivalent defense industrial base. And oh, by the way, at the same time, GDP growth and a functioning sound economy despite oil sales and despite the war. So we have forced Russia into a realm where she can be pretty independent, really. And one of the things that we should be trying to do is to peel Russia away, at least into neutrality, from China, if we're serious about taking China on. And again, I don't necessarily mean war, but I mean competing on a very strong basis and maybe doing something about the inequivalency between us right now, because China's winning. All across the board, China's winning. And if we want to change that, we've got to change our attitude. And this strategy purports to do that. What I'm worried about is what I see in this strategy is more pork barrel, like the Golden Dome, for example, like the buildup of the Navy, the beautiful Navy that Trump's going to build and so forth. What I see there is pork barrel politics, because nothing is being done to rein in these defense contractors who will salivate at the prospects for the Golden Dome and the Golden Fleet and everything else Trump wants to do, but they won't build it, or they'll build it badly.
Yeah.
That's not what China does. China builds well. So if you're going to build a Navy to compete with China's, if you're going to build anything militarily to compete with China, not to even mention the economy, you've got to change the whole way you're building things. You're building sorry weapons at maximum costs and overruns and time delays, as Hegseth has recognized, that simply won't compete with China. China can build one ship a month. We can't build one a year.
Yeah, I get the sense that China's strategy boiled down to time. We need time. Effectively, we need to be able to outbuild, out industrial capacity, et cetera, the United States. And at a certain point, our military will be to the point where the U.S. would back off. And this document, on some level, is the culmination of that, at least temporarily, backing off, with the United States recognizing that this is not the time to take China on directly.
That's
at least I
sort
could be wrong.
Yeah, that's sort of a message in the strategy, though it's not apparent that they understand that might be quite an interregnum. It ain't going to happen tomorrow. It ain't going to happen on Trump's administration either. What worries me about it is it seems to me it's a fait accompli to them. And here I could quote John Mearsheimer. I mean, John Mearsheimer would probably agree with him, and I like John. He's normally right. But I don't think war with China is inevitable. This seems to say it is. And it seems to say, we know it is. We need a little time to rearm and refit and rest up, and then we'll have it. And my projection there is the only way you're going to have it is you're going to have a nuclear war, because you're going to lose in the opening stages, and those losses will be so traumatic for the American people. Think about, for example, 4 aircraft carriers in 30 days on the bottom of the ocean. That's about 20,000 people dead or in the water drowning. That's the kind of trauma we're going to have when the conventional phase of this conflict starts. Can we stand that? No, we will go to nuclear weapons. And that's what the evolution of any kind of war like this, no matter how much, as John says, it is going to happen, is that we go to nuclear war. And I don't think that's a good thing for anyone.
Well, this is Thucydides' gap, basically.
Yeah.
A rising power taking on an established power, and these two inevitably go into conflict. Hopefully, the hope is that this just remains economic. From your mouth to God's ears. Yeah.
Yeah, we
One of
hope it remains philosophic and not real.
Yeah, yeah. Because I don't know how this doesn't become a nuclear war. And I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's like people who are making these arguments that we can win a nuclear war.
There are.
That's mental.
There are. And the more we allow the scientists at places like Los Alamos and Jet Propulsion Laboratory and a host of other labs where they're working on these things. These scientists are young people, basically. I'd say in the 40 to 50 range. They're not from the Manhattan Project. They don't, other than reading about it, they have no experience with the Manhattan Project or actual hands-on the systems that were developed. They are the kind of people that we lust after in industry. They are making every day revolutionary steps with regard to nuclear weapons. They are designing new nuclear weapons. And what's happening on the other side of that equation, if you will, in the Pentagon amongst the general and flag officers in general, is you have people who are developing this attitude along with these youngsters in the labs, developing the weapon systems and the technology to make them even better and better. You have these people merging in the idea that you could win a nuclear war. We've never had a real strong body of people. We've had people on both sides, civilian and military, who thought that these were just bigger weapons, bigger cap guns, if you will, and that you could use them. I'm hearing today, and I'm listening to too often, this idea that if we keep going on the technological road we're on right now, we're going to be at a point in the future where we could launch a first strike, then ride out whatever's residual in the country we launch it against, probably China and Russia, and survive. I think that's nonsense, but I may be wrong. Technology has surprised me a number of times in my 80 years on this earth. Maybe these people are developing something, but then you got to ask yourself the moral, the ethical question. Would you want to do that even if you had the capacity to launch a first strike, ride out whatever was left in the country you launched it against, or countries, plural, and then afterwards live with yourself? I mean, that's a huge question. But look at what we're doing right now. We're killing over 80 people without any due process, any law on the high seas, just killing them because we can. So doesn't that extrapolate into the thought in the future that we could launch a first strike and get away with it and live with it afterward?
Last question on this one. Is it possible for a U.S. president to accept a deal from the Russians in this way? I don't get the sense that it is. I mean, like, whatever Donald Trump wants, I get the sense that Trump wants a deal, but he wants a deal in American terms. Russia is never going to accept a deal in American terms, which seems like the war just continues.
What are American terms, though, now? Tell me what American terms are right now. The terms are essentially Zelensky gone, Ukraine not fighting anymore, bombs not dropping, drones not flying, nuclear plants not being struck on either side, and a rump Ukraine that probably is going to be missing Odessa if we wait another month or two. And we will not have a commercial port and access to the Black Sea. I don't see anything other than that happening, and Trump is rid of it. He's through with it. He doesn't want any more of it, and I don't blame him.
Well, security guarantees are fail. This idea that they're going to steal Russian money and use that Russian money in order to enrich Trump, that's going to be a fail. I mean, there are a few elements of this plan that are just non-starters.
And the Europeans are going to throw every monkey wrench they can in it. But I think they're not long for this world. The leaders that are doing it right now are not long for this world. And then the confusion after the new leaders come in is going to be real turmoil and the future of Europe is going to be at least initially decided there. And I'm very, very, very concerned about how those decisions are made, because I think chaos is more likely the future for Europe than unity.
Well, the Russians are expecting a war. I mean, they seem to be gearing up for a war in Europe.
I think that goes away pretty much, though, the moment some sort of cessation of hostilities in Ukraine occurs, and it's clear the United States is not going to back Europe in any effort at all.
Okay.
And I think that's Trump's intent, ultimately. I think even more importantly, it's the billionaires in the shadows behind him intent.
Like Kirill Dmitriev.
The deep
Steve.
state, we call it all the time. Yeah.
So you think there's going to be a negotiated settlement ultimately to end this?
I do. And I think the negotiated settlement is going to be between the United States and Moscow. I don't think there are going to be Europeans in there except kicking and screaming.
Interesting. We will see. We will see. I am very maybe I've gotten jaded in watching all of this. But
easy to get that way.
yeah, I just have a hard time seeing a U.S. president, especially Trump, accepting terms that the Russians are effectively going to lay down.
It won't be billed that way. You can rest assured of that. Just like Heather Cox Richardson, as I was saying, pointed out this morning, on the 3rd, he says A, and then on the 8th, he said, I didn't say A. That's Donald Trump. You better believe he'll shape this in his own image, as it were. It'll be a golden agreement.
Colonel, you have my appreciation for this breakdown. I swear to God, you do. Thank you for this. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. He is former distinguished visiting professor of the government and public policy at College of William & Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. He also taught 6 years at the University Honors Program at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. He is also probably best known as retired United States Colonel and former Chief of Staff for United States Secretary of State, Colin Powell. You have a good day, man. Thank you for this. Be safe, okay?
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
And happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shout out to Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. Always a great
guy named Radchenko, Sergei Radchenko, in Foreign Affairs, saying we can.
And stop me if you've already heard this before. The Ukrainian puppet dictator Zelensky says no to giving up any Ukrainian land, no Ukrainian land as part of any kind of peace deal. Not sure if he's aware, but those lands are now in Russian control. The latest numbers we're hearing at Redacted from our sources have Ukrainian dead now over 2 million. And I hope to have some updated numbers for you soon. So you don't hold any cards here, Zelensky, except the cards that NATO's puppet masters give you and your CIA handlers. But okay, so you're rejecting what appears to be the most likely method to finally end this proxy war. The peace process has failed. The European warmongers in the UK, France, and Germany have promised to continue funding Ukraine until the last, Ukrainian Christian man is essentially dead. So here, of course, was the meeting that they just held with his little friends there. It was Zelensky with his new girlfriends, Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and Keir Starmer in London yesterday. Maybe they had some biscuits in the afternoon. He's being handled by these individuals now. Now, he said that Ukraine has no legal or moral grounds for surrendering its territory. Oh, you're concerned about things that are legal and moral now. Okay. Says the guy who canceled elections. I love your
churches,
I love
sends men to their death.
I love your moral high ground here. So what about the time right after you became president and you allegedly had that big sex party where you and your team were passing around 14-year-old girls? Yeah, I know all about that, and so do a lot of other people. Or the time, according to the New York Times, when you and your team stole billions of dollars from U.S. taxpayers and European taxpayers. You were funneling it to your own personal interests. Front page of the New York Times.
Can we just congratulate them for catching up to something we've been reporting for 3 years? Yeah, the Zelensky government's pretty corrupt. Way to catch up, New York Times.
Way to go.
This is timely news 3 years late.
Yeah, I mean, where was your moral compass when this was the headline on the front page of the New York Times? You know, basically, you're basically sealing Ukraine's fate at this point. Joining us now is Scott Horton. He is the author of Provoked. He is also the chief bottle washer over at antiwar.com, one of the keenest minds of trying to prevent us into these endless regime change wars. No one knows more about this. Scott, welcome back to the show. Great to see you.
Thank you both for having me. Great to be here.
So I want to talk about this plan, and I want to talk about, you know, basically what it just kind of came out of London specifically, because it's, to me, maybe I'm reading this totally wrong, but if you read the front page of Politico, what the U.S. wants from Ukraine, leave the Donbass one way or the other. That's the Trump position. That's the U.S. position. Like, you're giving up land as part of this peace agreement. So he's there meeting with this European flock of seagulls, and they're driving him in a totally different direction. See, like purposefully driving a wedge between these peace agreements. What do you make of this?
Well, you know, it really comes back to the buck stops with Donald Trump, because as long as the Europeans are willing to keep forking over the cash, he's willing to keep forking over the weapons. And of course, usually goes unsaid, all of the actual logistical and intelligence support that the United States has been furnishing to the Ukrainian side this whole time. As long as he doesn't call that off, and that is his position of strength to play, such as it is in the war, is that he can keep financing the Ukrainian side. After all, it's not easy on the Russian side, although they are winning. And as you said, I mean, this is, and quite frankly, and as I know your audience understands, this has been the plan really since the beginning of the war. The war lasts a longer time. In fact, there's a new article by a guy named Sergei Radchenko in Foreign Affairs, saying we can still inflict a strategic defeat on Russia. So they're implicitly conceding, all of them. They've known all along. This means Russia will march further and further west slowly, but at great cost to themselves too. And I don't know what the real casualty rates and totals are, and I don't know what the real total of rubles spent is. This war has been incredibly costly for the Russians. And so from Washington's point of view, that's the whole goal, is essentially with the Ukrainians as extras in the movie. They're just cannon fodder. In fact, in the book, I show, I'm not really that good of a writer, so I just have collections of quotes of all these politicians and pundits saying, we are getting so much bang for our buck. We're killing Russians on the cheap. We're sending home coffins. We're sending home body bags. We're sending home Russian bodies, but no American soldiers are dying.
Yeah, right. Total
and
lie.
And they'll say that over and over again with not even a mention of the Ukrainians' costs at all.
Well, and that's a total lie, Scott, isn't it?
Society.
I mean, I'm working on this right now, but I mean, that's a total lie. And I want to know by the way, if any families are watching right now that have had to like sign an NDA because your son was killed in Ukraine in the United States, and the only reason that you're not talking about it is because you signed an NDA to receive death benefits from the United States government. I want to know how many Americans have actually died in Ukraine, because it's not zero.
Yeah, that's a real good question. You know, they've admitted from time to time that they have clandestine forces there, special operations forces and CIA, special activities division and so forth, helping to coordinate. They deny that they have them fighting on the ground. But then, of course, they have the so-called volunteers, just like on the Russian side, like the Chinese in the Korean War, the volunteers who go and fight, and many of them paid mercenaries, as you're saying, and I don't know if anybody really knows the numbers there, but look, the whole thing's tragic. As you know, the Russians are winning slowly. They will take the last quarter or so of Donetsk eventually. I don't know how long it will take, but they've already got all of Luhansk, and it looked like, and I'm not sure, because all the reporting out of the talks it was, kind of sparse and contradictory, but it seemed like at least the original proposal hashed out by Witkoff and what's his name, the friend of the Kremlin, what included, as I think we talked about this before last time, the possibility at least of the Russians freezing the lines at Zaporozhye and Kherson. They insist on all of Donetsk, but maybe they'll stop at where they are at Zaporozhye and Kherson. If people look at the map, that's the whole Azov coast there, the so-called land bridge between the Donbass and the Crimean Peninsula, and their ability to guarantee fresh water to Crimea from the Dnieper River, which the previous regime had cut off. And so, in fact, for the Russians to cross the river and take Kherson on the far side of the river, like after the war is over and they just get over there, cross, that's one thing. But taking that land by force would be extraordinarily difficult, just as the Ukrainians have had an incredibly difficult time trying to dislodge them from the other side of the river over these last 2 years. So there is basis for compromise here. In other words, look, the Russians are not giving up Zaporozhye and Kherson, but if they're willing to draw the lines where they are, that's the best you're going to get. But see, look at the politics from Kiev's side. Kiev doesn't want to order their win someday, or at least lose by just total defeat. But if you compromise and if you lose at the peace table, you sign a deal, then that's the stab in the back. That's betraying, on the sunk cost fallacy, all the heroes who've died in the war so far. And Zelensky knows that he's really in no position because of those domestic pressures, never mind from what he's getting from Washington and London, that if he ends the war on anything but an absolutely has to basis, then his life is forfeit, potentially.
What if the censored medicine that saved millions during the pandemic was being made mostly in China today? It's true. About 80% of the world's ivermectin supply, redacted, is off plus free shipping.
So I don't know how he's not going straight to hell for this. I guess that's not up to you or me, so that's not really a question. One question I have is that why does he have to be in Europe for this peer pressure to happen? Is it so there's no paper trail of the Boris Johnsons of the world who are talking him into continuing the war? Or, I mean, all we get from it are these really dumb influencer sizzle reels where it's like music and him walking up to Macron and operational war optics. It's so dumb. Who is that for? And is there another purpose for him to be going to Europe in person?
Well, a couple things. First of all, you're absolutely right that the Russians' demands did not include Zaporozhye and Kherson until September of 2022, long after peace could have been concluded if the US and UK had allowed it. So you're 100% right about that. And that is pure evil, what they did. It's just horrific the way that they, first of all, let this war commence when they could have prevented it through honest diplomacy. But then the way that they deliberately sabotaged the peace talks when they could have prevented the war from getting that much worse. And to think that that was, years ago now is just, it's crazy. As far as Zelensky going around, it's really hard to say. Sometimes these trips, they're just, they're all scripted beforehand and everybody knows exactly what's going to happen. And other times, not so much. Other times you really have leaders coming with specific questions, specific demands, or conditions or what. And I think Zelensky is in a very tough position here. And because he knows the Europeans they can't really afford them, to continue to bankroll his war for very long. This is all directly, in America, somehow they get away with just printing the money. Well, whatever. I don't know. Maybe they don't get away with it. But over there, they feel really constrained as far as their budgets. They are literally cutting programs for their own, social welfare in order to pay for the war instead, that kind of thing. And so they're very limited politically is how far they can go. So it's possible that he's there actually really to kiss up to them and beg them to keep the money flowing. And I think I'm very curious about what you guys think of this actually, because it's easy to consider them all just nothing but the worst liars all the time. But then again, like there really is a syndrome of these people believe in their own BS a lot of the times too. And some of the time the European leaders sound like they truly are afraid of Russia and they truly think that the Russians, maybe they're not going to march all the way, to Poland, but that soon they'll take the Baltics. And after the Baltics, then maybe Poland. And you know what I mean? Like they really do seem to be, they say it so often. I wonder if they're telling the truth about what they really think at all,
It's like, if you ever, I was a Seinfeld fan, and it's like Costanza, he reminded Jerry, he said to Jerry one time, he said, Jerry, remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. Right. Yeah. So George was the best liar of them all. Right. And so I think they've repeated it to themselves so many times that Russia is going to invade Europe over and over and over again. And they media, and of course the clampdown on censorship across that country and social media. So you can't do what we're doing here on Redacted and tell the truth. Putin responded to this, I think this morning. Putin came out and said, he's like, we laugh about it. We have absolutely zero interest in invading Europe. He said, we actually kind of laugh about it. He's like, because European leaders will tell their people that we're going to invade, and we're shocked by it. We have no intention of doing that. And we laugh about it. Like, so he's like, but the reason they're lying to you is because they want this war. They want to keep funneling this money into this war, and they can't admit defeat. So, I mean, Putin addressed it kind of head on this morning.
Yeah. Oh, no surprise.
Yeah.
And, it's interesting because, okay, you do have, and this is the so-called, people always take this out of context, but this is what Putin was talking about when he was complaining about the fall of the Soviet Union, was that it was a disaster for ethnic Russians who were so-called left behind, right? This is what this one expert called a beached diaspora, where the Russian borders withdrew, but ethnic Russians were left behind, especially in Kazakhstan, but also in Ukraine and in Estonia and Lithuania. I think not as much Latvia. I might have that wrong. But like, for example, there's this town in eastern Estonia. I think it's called Nesta. I always say it wrong. I'm sorry. But it's a very Russian town in eastern Estonia. And it was always a Russian town, going back. These lines are always pretty fluid, but it had been a Russian town. It's full of ethnic Russians now. But the thing is, what you don't have there is an ongoing civil war where these people are being bombed. and where the peace deals have been scotched, and the thing just keeps getting, continue on for 7 years in a row, with no end in sight, no resolution in sight, and build up of their military forces and all of these things. If that was the case, then yes, I think you would see the Russians redraw that border by force before it got too far out of hand. And so, yes, I think essentially that's right, that they pushed this lie in order to obfuscate from the fact that there was an ongoing crisis in Ukraine that their war was meant to solve. Not that it really did. They really escalated the crisis by a hell of a lot. But there was something happening in Ukraine that is not happening in Estonia. So could he just send his guys in there? I mean, maybe. But as long as the people of Eastern Estonia are free and they're not clamoring for Russian protection, then that remains very unlikely. And especially when, yes, they are members of NATO. And who knows exactly what America would do if they really crossed those lines.
Now, it's interesting, this Trump admission, Zelensky has no power. He doesn't have the cards here. And Russia has the cards, that Russia's in a better position. That was according to the Politico article this morning. And we've known that for a very long time, but the Biden administration refused to admit it. The Trump administration has been saying it all along, but it's kind of showing us how little power President Trump himself has to stop it, because it seems pretty easy to me. Stop the weapons, stop the money, stop the intelligence. They're left holding the bag. They have to come to the peace negotiation. So what does this tell us about President Trump's power to end this war? Is it overstated? And if so, who's pulling the strings?
Well, I don't want to give him like too much credit or anything, but I just to acknowledge the difficult position that he's in here. Imagine a situation where America's backing the Palestinian resistance against the Israelis, right? And then we turn around and leave them high and dry. In fact, maybe we help get them into this fight and get them bombed to smithereens, and we prolong it and prolong it, and then turn around and leave them. And that's kind of the situation in Ukraine. In Israel-Palestine, we back the bully. In Ukraine, America's backing the defenders who have been invaded and are losing their territory. So to just turn around and leave them high and dry is bad PR for President Trump. And see, the thing is, the position he's in too is he knows that the Russians know that they're winning and they don't have to stop now. What reason can he give them to stop now? Is he has to be able to make a bunch of big promises to them, but he thinks at least, has to be able to threaten that, hey, look, I can keep financing Zelensky's side of this. And so that's his real only card that he has to play. Otherwise, what's he going to do? He's just going to tell, and this is what I would do, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, all things being equal politically and Donald Trump being Donald Trump, not Ron Paul, he's not going to tell Zelensky, that's it. I really mean it this time. No more weapons, no more money, no more nothing. I demand that you essentially unconditionally surrender to the Russians. He's just not going to do that. And so instead, what's going to happen is the Russians are going to continue to win the war slowly until they win it all at once. And I don't know how long that'll be, but time is clearly on their side, as Trump and you just acknowledged. That's the simple situation there. So,
Scott, how much time does Ukraine have left in its current position?
I really don't know. I mean, hell, I had no idea that they could possibly last this long. I mean, they showed that they had no offensive capability whatsoever in the spring of 23 when they launched their failed offensive of 23. And it's been, even that was nothing. So it's been really downhill since September of 22 for them.
Yeah, and over 2 million dead.
Slowly rolling downhill.
Yeah.
And look, they've got conscription. It's a very big country. It's, a couple of 10 million people. It's the size of Texas. So there are still fighting age males aplenty out west to be conscripted and sent out to fight. So as long as America and Europe are still there providing weapons, I don't know. It could come down to like whatever, a certain number of talented officers are killed and there's just nobody left to lead on the ground there. But as far as like continuing to come up with infantrymen, apparently they can.
Well, if you look at, RIA.ru is Russian state media, and they keep a pretty reliable map of the line of where the front line is, the territory Russia has gained, and where they intend to end. So that's a good resource, as I always look at. And you normally see that the blue dots, which represent the Ukrainian army, are usually not stationed along the front lines. They just aren't there. And so they can sort of prolong this war by just not being there. They usually have, I would say, I'm looking at it right now, like maybe a third, less than a third of their army is even stationed on the front line. The rest is north of the war along the Russian border. So they can keep this going without continuously, you know what I mean? That's what I think seems to be their strategy, because I'm always watching these dots like a battleship game, and they just don't move. They don't move down into the front line. So it seems to me that's the tactic, but I don't know. I would have to run that by a military expert.
Yeah. And look, one of the reasons I favor the more conservative estimates of the casualties is because even though you do have the muddy, frozen trenches and the artillery and the tanks and all of that stuff from the First World War, I don't think you really have these massive waves of men being slaughtered at the thousands and thousands and thousands a day, 10,000 a day, this kind of thing on the World War I type of level. If you read the Washington Post in 2002, sure, that was how the Russians were fighting, but I don't think there's any real evidence of that you ever had, like these, the Somme or whatever, like these mass casualties on the battlefield. I think guys are getting chewed up by the tens and hundreds a day.
Yeah.
And so,
it's horrible.
It's ugly as hell, but it unfortunately is sustainable for both sides, right? To keep going. The Russians keep winning slowly and the Ukrainians keep losing slowly. If we had the same conversation in 1 year, I wouldn't be shocked.
All right. Well, we'll make an appointment. Thank you so much, Clayton. Do you want to pull up the map?
I'm trying
and
to.
show? Okay.
Yeah.
Clayton's trying to show the map that I was just referring to from his laptop. And again, it's in Russian. But if you look, the blue dots are the Ukrainian army, and they are mostly along the northern Russian border. And there's a few where the Russian army is, the Ukrainian army is not. Where they're along the front lines is down south, close to Crimea and Odessa, but there's no Russian troops there. So
But see, I think
it's not a lot of
It's
head-to-head combat here. That seems to be why it's able to linger in this horrific way.
Yeah. Well, see, those dots, though, represent the larger concentrations of forces where the fighting is taking place. It's 6 guys fighting 10.
Yeah.
This kind of thing. Real small unit warfare up and down the line.
And that's why it's taking so long.
Yeah.
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 All
Scott
right.
Horton, always thank you so much. Check
And,
out.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah.
Go fit. Follow me.